Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. We will continue with our Thursday, September 11th scheduled meeting. May I get a roll call?
Councilmember Jensen.
Present.
Councilmember Orbach. Here. Councilmember Westman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Morgan. Here. Mayor Clark.
Here. Will everybody please rise and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. Additions or deletions to the agenda?
Staff has no changes to the agenda this evening.
Thank you. We'll bring it to presentations. The first one I have is for Jacob's Heart.
I think that's on.
How many
Technical
does it
difficulties.
take to unlock the gate?
Come on up here, please. I've known Heidi Boynton for a long time, and I'm glad to see that she's still with Jacob's Heart. Done some really great things. We have a proclamation here tonight for Jacob's Heart, bringing childhood awareness to cancer. This is done every year in September. So once again, for all the great things she does for our community, we're giving this to her, and I'll give her a few moments to say something if she'd like. But outstanding job with Jacob's Heart. They do great things for our community.
Thank you so much, Mayor Clark, and to all of our council members. Thank you so much for this proclamation. Every September, we do all that we can to bring awareness to childhood cancer. Every day, 47 children are diagnosed with cancer, and just this year alone at Jacob's Heart, 51 new families have come to our family at Jacob's Heart, which was founded right here in Santa Cruz County. And when I was thinking about coming here tonight, which is just such an honor to be able to do on behalf of right now the 400 and almost 30 families that we serve in Santa Cruz County and all of the other surrounding counties, I think about the city of Capitola and what it represents. And I was honored to raise my kids here and spend every day at the beach with so many families in this community. And this community stands for family. It supports family. It stands by each other's side when we face hardships. And that's no different when I think about the way that the city of Capitola has shown up for Jacob's Heart and for families that live right here in the neighborhood and beyond in Santa Cruz County. And I think about random acts of Capitola kindness and the way that Councilmember Jerry Jensen has stood up to make sure that not only our work at Jacob's Heart, which provides transportation and groceries and direct financial assistance, but most importantly, supports families with social and emotional support as they navigate the unimaginable challenges of pediatric cancer. And so on behalf of the hundreds of families that we serve, and until there is a cure, we will be here doing this good work. Thank you so much to the city of Capitola for honoring us and proclaiming, because for so many, they're way too overwhelmed, too tired, too sick, and too little to show up for this. And you're making a moment for them to have a voice, and we're very grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I guess we won't go much further because I have something for the chief. We actually have something in our agenda today. Just highlighting the need for this. Every September, we declare September as a National Preparedness Month. It's something in light of what's happened all over the world, not just in our country, that it's something that every community needs to do. And I can say that the chief is on it. She's working hard. We're going to update our preparedness. We'll be ready for anything, the big wave events, the earthquake, the tsunami, whatever's coming next, we'll be ready for it. So here you are, Chief.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. It is very timely because on our agenda tonight is us wanting to update our emergency operations plan. We've been faced with some challenging winters, as you all know. This is your emergency operation team, small but mighty. Myself, and our administrative captain Zamora, and our operations captain Leo Moreno. We're 32 deep, sworn and non-sworn, but we are here to support you, and we look forward to just updating the plan. We have to constantly update with the new challenges that come in front of us. So thank you for all of your community support as well.
Thank you, Chief. And I would also like to thank the city manager and the city staff for all the great things they do. So thank you very much. That'll bring us to a report out on closed session.
Good evening, council members and community. The closed session was had on the item on the agenda, and there is no reportable action.
Thank you. Additional materials?
Staff received additional materials for tonight's agenda. Item 8C, 13 emails were received after publication of the agenda packet. Item 9A, 8 emails were received after publication of the agenda packet. In addition, staff distributed a memo with an updated option. And for item 9B, 15 emails were received after publication of the agenda packet. All materials are available for public review online and in the back of the room in our hard copy packet.
Thank you. That'll bring us to oral communications by members of the public. It's great to see another full house. I'd like to see a hand of how many people plan to get up and talk so we can figure out how much time we'll be able to give everybody to speak.
But they're only going to speak on the items, not on the agenda.
Correct. With that being said, we'll probably limit it to 1 minute. Well, we experienced the last meeting that there was twice as many people that spoke that raised their hands. But what we're trying to do, okay, excuse me, this is not open to have dialogue here. So what I'd like to do is I want to give everybody time to speak. So that would, we'll do 2 minutes, but I want to give everybody time to speak and be courteous. Thank you. Anybody would like to speak, you can start a line. Thank you. Well, the people that want to speak about the cigarettes is on agenda. Right, so they can speak on it.
Yeah, I probably confused them.
Yeah. I just want to give a little clarification. If you were to talk on the cigarette ban, but this is the time for you to speak on it, and we'll give you up to 2 minutes.
On what?
No, if you wanted to speak on that item, that'll be later up. Nobody wants to. No, they can't do it. Members of the public can't vote. Folks, if you're wondering to speak on the 600 Park Avenue or the zoning, that'll be coming up later in the meeting. These are for items not on the agenda. Can I get some quiet, please? We're going to start. Thank you.
Respected city council members and staff, mayor, sorry about that. Thank you for your service very much. I really do appreciate it.
Can we quiet down, please?
I'm going to bring up a thing there that I hope that a lot of people behind me is with here, and that has to do with the Hill Street Nob Hill food traffic design. We all know very seldom do we get to correct mistakes from the past. And we all have suffered through that traffic pattern for a long time. I personally tell you, if you guys can correct that, I will stand out there with a sign for at least 2 to 3 hours thanking this city council for what you've done, because it's created just a nightmare for traffic. People can't even get off the freeway there. And I know there's people behind me that would carry you on their shoulders through the city for just helping out with this and getting it changed back to what it was. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we could take that moment. We are going to see that at our next city council meeting. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, this is public comment.
Correct.
1 minute, you said?
2.
Oh, that's better than 1. Many of us, I think all of us, were poisoned by the Moss Landing fire, and the whole agricultural area was blanketed with these poisons. And there's a meeting coming up, and this is related. I'll just read this and leave you with this. AI Data Farms Power Surge of Control. It's a meeting September 23rd. It's at the Aptos Grange. On January 21st, 2025, President Donald Trump announced the $500 billion venture, more than I made as a teacher, at a White House press conference. Larry Ellison claimed that Stargate could lead to the AI-facilitated production of mRNA vaccines against cancer, and that such vaccines could be designed robotically or by leveraging AI, quote, in about 48 hours, unquote. Data centers increased from 2,667 in 2021 to 5,381 in 2024. These data centers are driving up utility costs. Anthropic claims that the U.S. will require, quote, at least 50 gigawatts of electric capacity for AI by 2028, unquote, to maintain its AI leadership. The generative AI companies said that training frontier models will require data centers.
Thank you for your comment. We have several people that want to speak.
5G capacity. Google, Microsoft, and
Thank you, ma'am.
Meta, and for nuclear power. Anyway, I will leave this. Anybody else who wants this, this is really important for people to oppose. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Jaime Rojas, and I'm here again today on behalf of our local retailers regarding the proposed filter ban. We respectfully request that the council delay tonight's second reading of this ordinance and instead direct city staff to work with retailers to create a fair and practical transition plan, which was brought up in the first reading. Enforcement is not scheduled to begin until July 2027. That gives us several months to collaborate on a thoughtful business transition strategy before this ordinance is finalized. Using that time wisely would allow the city to consider ways to mitigate the negative impacts on long-standing small businesses in Capitola. Our retailers are community anchors. They pay local taxes, employ Capitola residents, and support youth, sports, and school functions. Passing this ordinance without first putting the transition plan in place unfairly jeopardizes the livelihood of small, family-owned businesses that have been serving the community here for decades. All we're asking is fairness. Before the city locks in this ordinance, work with us to develop a business transition plan that balances public policy goals with the economic stability of our neighborhoods and retailers. Delaying the second reading tonight while scheduling a second reading date for later in this year will give us the opportunity to achieve the balance. If we don't develop a transition plan, it will never be done after the fact, and we all know that. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Clerk, Mayor, and Councilman, and respected city officials. My name is Inderjit Sidhu. I'm representing small business, entire Bay Area. I came from all the way San Jose. I'm a president for 7-Eleven Franchisee Association and also the American Petroleum Convenience Store Association. This ordinance won't be start until 27. Please delay the vote and vote with the local business, work with the local business on the fair solution. We know that protect youth, environment, and economy. We are not just only a store owner. We are residents here local. We are customer here. We live in the neighborhood, and we hire all the local employees. We want to work on this ordinance, and this is the legal product approved by FDA and CDC. Thus, we are requesting what is the fairness if we remove 20, 25%, 30% sale from our stores. What was the other solution? You are working on that one to be offered to the stores. Let's work together. Let's talk together, having more open dialogues before it start voting. That's my 2 cents to that. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Clark and council members. My name is AJ Tanoa. Our local economy depends on tourism, and small businesses are already hurting. This ordinance will hurt retailers and hospitality workers while doing little to address the root cause of litter. And allowing cannabis filters while banning cigarette filters when they are the same makes no sense. I urge you to delay this decision. Use the time before 2027 to partner with businesses and focus on enforcing existing litter laws. Let's protect both our environment and our small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor Clark and council members, my name's Dan. While I share the city's commitment to protecting the environment, this proposed ban will not achieve its intended results. Realistically, people just buy cigarettes from out of town and bring them here, which will make it so we still get the litter, but not the revenue. In addition, like the person before me said, it disregards cannabis filters and cartridges and other types of waste that are just as bad. So it kind of makes it seem like it's just focused on not liking the fact that people smoke. If the goal is to reduce filter waste, the city should focus on targeted enforcement, public education, and proven litter prevention programs, not a symbolic ban that shifts sales elsewhere while failing to address the root cause.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Clark and council members. I'm Lee Martin, Policy Analyst with California Fuels and Convenience Alliance. These are two filters, one from tobacco, one from cannabis. Same size, same material, and same environmental impact. The 2023 California Adult Tobacco Survey found that adults 18 to 64 are more often exposed to secondhand cannabis smoke in public spaces than to tobacco smoke. But under this ordinance, the tobacco filter is banned and the cannabis filter is allowed. This is not environmental policy. This is picking winners and losers, and it does not solve the problem. This week alone, you've heard from more than 70 local retailers asking you to pause the decision. These are the community's small business owners, and they're telling you this will hurt them. Smoking on Capitola's beaches is already illegal. Instead of these new restrictions, let's enforce existing laws, educate the public, and collaborate to reduce litter and address all filters the same. I urge you to delay this vote. Please work with CFCA and the business community before 2027 to create a fair, consistent, and effective solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Courtney. I just wanted to thank you all for honoring Jacob's heart. I'm going to be a little emotional. We've had the, I want to say unfortunate, but not completely, experienced the need for their services this summer as my son was diagnosed with brain cancer. And they've been amazing to our whole family. They've supported so many needs that I couldn't ever have foreseen. And their experience with supporting the community and the other families that are going through this is just unbelievable. They've even considered siblings and parents and the whole family. So they're an amazing service, and they just definitely deserve all the recognition for what they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Brian Lamb. I'm here on the behalf of the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance. And I just want to talk about the cigarette ban issue, or the filter ban issue. Earlier today, I walked on one of Capitola's many beautiful beaches, and I collected this bag of trash right here. And, I agree cigarette filters should never be on our beaches, but in what I gathered, this single filter was a very small part of the larger problem. This week, half of all Capitola tobacco retailers, along with more than 70 retailers across Santa Cruz County, sent you letters asking you to delay the second reading of this ordinance and work with them on an alternative solution. These are small family-owned stores that have served Capitola for decades, invested here, and employ local residents. This ordinance targets only certain businesses, including essential convenience stores that sell food, gas, and while leaving others like cannabis retailers untouched. That's choosing winners and losers, and if this passes, customers will simply look elsewhere, tax revenues will drop, and jobs will be at risk, while the litter problem will still remain. We already have a litter abatement fee model for disposable cups across the county. Why not explore a similar approach with all filters? Our members are ready and willing to work with you on real solutions. I urge you to delay this decision, use the time before 2027 to partner with businesses and focus on enforcing existing litter laws. Let's protect both our environment and our economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Khalil Rahim, and I'm here today as a business owner, father, and a member of this community. I couldn't stay silent. What's being proposed today devastated my family and 3 other families my store helps support. In 2009, after losing my career and struggling finding my footing, I took a leap on faith and opened my first store. Through that hard work, sacrifice, and dedication, I grew that single store into 12 stores. I was just proud of my providing for my family, and I was proud of creating jobs and opportunity for others in our community. But today I stand before you with just one store left. Local prohibition stripped me out of my ability to compete with nearby communities, forcing me to close 11 stores and lay off employees who depend on me. I am a responsible retailer at my store. We take compliance seriously. I train my employees extensively and follow all regulations to ensure products are sold only to adults. I believe in protecting youth while serving adult customers responsibly. But this proposed filter ban would make it impossible for me to compete with retailers just a short drive away who won't face the same restriction. I recently signed a 10-year lease for my last store, and if this passes, I don't know how I'll survive. I urge you to reconsider this proposal, and not just for me, but for the families my business support and the community we serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Yaqub. I'm one of the business owners in Watsonville here. And we used to do good. We used to go home happy, bills paid, workers, they have their, they go work, they go home happy, they get the end of the week paid, and everybody's good about it. But right now, I had 4 workers for each store. Right now, I have only 1 for each store. And I have to go cover all the time. I used to do things outside and to take care of restaurant. And right now, I'm barely making it. I used to go home with the end of the month happy. Right now, I'm in debt. Right now, I have to go ask for money to help myself, to help my family. And we have to, you need to figure out how to help businesses, not to be against it, to give us ideas, to help build the city, to helping the community, and how to create business, how to create job, how to create. Right now, with this idea, you guys will take jobs. People will go home, and we barely made it. And how are we gonna finish surviving? It's gonna be hard. This is I don't know if I'm trying to describe my life, the way my situation, the way it is, with good feeling as a human being, as somebody need to survive. Somebody's paying tax. Somebody's like wake up in the morning and go home with his family happy. I'm not going home these days happy. And that's if I'm talking about myself as an owner. What about the workers?
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you guys for taking time on this. Beach bummer. And it is a bummer. It's a bummer that there's nothing wrong with these individuals that have to employ their workforce and do their thing. But the biggest bummer is that for almost 100 years, this industry has been lying to people. And we've been seeing the scientific data. We've been seeing the effects on our coastal communities. And again, people are upset because the status quo is a problem. And there's a few people in the last 10 years that have worked really hard in these communities to put the effort and policy to change the status quo. When people are upset about things changing, it actually means maybe we're heading in the right direction. And in the wake of making the world a better place, some people aren't going to be happy, and that's okay. But the fact is, we're talking about products that, maybe there's some tax money, but how much are we spending cleaning this up? And how much is the world in pain from the world's most littered item? 4.5 trillion cigarette butts are littered every year. That's 2 million cigarette butts emitted. Someone on this little blue planet has to say, you know what? We've looked at the data. We've looked at the science. These things kill people. They kill our environment. They leach toxic chemicals that are held by our government They need to go to Superfund sites. Someone has to change and do something about it. And it's amazing that you guys have taken these steps at multiple levels. You know, you've passed this unanimously, Commission Environment, you know, the county, we've reached out to retailers. We asked them to, you know, be part of these conversations, but they're not going to change. We've been doing it for decades. They're not going to invest money in picking up stuff, and that's not the solution. The solution is to stop it at the source. If you come into your house, your bathtub's overflowing, you turn off the tap, you don't grab a mop.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Tyler Fox, and I'm also a business owner, and I've worked with a lot of business owners in the community, a lot of small business owners, right down the street here, you know, Ethos, variety of different shops. And I see them out front sweeping the cigarette butts off the sidewalks. Small children pick them up, dogs. This is really an issue about the health of our community. If you just look down at your, you know, when you go to your car, pretty much every second of your day, you're gonna see cigarette butts on the ground. And I think that, you know, really like Taylor was saying, we have to stop it at the source. And yes, it's not the silver bullet. People may, you know, bring cigarettes in from outside, you know, jurisdictions, but this is leading the way. You guys are leading the way for true change. And I applaud that, and I encourage you to keep the course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Tessa Sanders, and I'm here once again to ask that you pass the filtered tobacco ban tonight. I'm a teenager. I should be spending my summer home from college at the beach or with my family, not in a council meeting, begging adults to protect our environment. But here I am, because cigarette butts are everywhere, and youth like me have been forced to clean up after an industry that profits from pollution. I respect small businesses. I've worked at one for 5 years, and I understand that they're the heart of Capitola. But no business should succeed by shifting the cost onto kids and our coastlines. Selling filtered tobacco guarantees toxic plastic in our sand in our bay, and that's not acceptable. Some of you are asking to delay, and delay is just another way of doing nothing. This ordinance doesn't even take effect until 2027. That's nearly 2 years to prepare. Meanwhile, thousands of more butts will pile up in our community every single day. And let's be clear, this isn't about cannabis. The #1 item picked up on beaches worldwide is tobacco filters, not cannabis. That's the problem in front of us, and that's what this ordinance fixes. Santa Cruz passed it, the county passed this, and Capitola already voted yes once. If you back down now, you're telling youth that our voices don't matter and that our future is worth less than tobacco products. We're tired of cleaning up your mess. It's time to listen to the youth who will inherit this coastline. Please pass this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, council members, Mayor Clark. My name is Katie Thompson. I'm Executive Director of Save Our Shores. I first want to thank the council for voting multiple times in favor of this important policy to ban the sale of filtered tobacco products. Your continued support reflects not only environmental leadership, but a clear alignment with what Capitola residents have asked for. We've heard loud and clear from the community. Dozens of letters of support have come in from people who live, work, and care deeply about Capitola. This support hasn't come from national tobacco interests or from store owners from far away. It's come from local residents who walk these beaches, raise their families here, and want to protect this place for future generations. We are out there on the beaches every weekend speaking with these residents. We have done education outreach for decades, and that won't stop, but it does not work alone. We continue to see increasing number of cigarette butts on the ground. Cigarette butts, I should specify, not cannabis butts. We need to be innovative and a leader if we want to make improvements for our local coast. Please continue to be bold and vote for our community, vote for our coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council. Tara Leonard, I'm the Project Director for the Tobacco Education and Prevention Program at the County Public Health Department. And once again, I want to bring this conversation back to public health and science and data. And in my hand, I have I have an article from the journal Environmental Science and Technology. It's called New Evidence of Microplastics in Lower Respiratory Tract, Inhalation Through Smoking. We've been told by this industry that smoking is supposed to improve the health of smokers. But in fact, in this study, researchers compared samples of bronchoalveolar fluid, so lung fluid, from the lungs of smokers and non-smokers. And the research section, the results section concludes, smokers had higher concentrations of microplastics, polyurethane, and silicone than non-smokers. These findings provide yet more evidence on the relationship between cigarette smoking and microplastic inhalation. The researchers hypothesized that as users inhale hot cigarette smoke through the filter, they actually strip microplastics from the filter itself and inhale them. Filters are a fraud. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Respected Mayor and Council members, my name is Jimmy Verk. I'm a business owner out here. Not all retailers are here. They were not here the last vote because most of them are a one-person operation. They cannot leave their stores and be here to show support. What this means is they could be out of business. Less than 5% of Santa Cruz County are smokers, and they are locals who respect their beaches. So who's tossing these butts out at the beach? Could it be tourists? We don't know that. Butts don't have names on them. Who's tossing them out? We have issues all around us. Ban is not a solution. Education outreach. I have never had anybody come to my business to talk about it. Never received any literature. Never been invited to the table. This is the time we're asking. Bring us to the table. Let's sit down. What can we do? Black market of cigarettes will rise and put a strain on local PD. They're going to get calls. Hey, somebody is trafficking out here. Let's talk about bans. A big problem is graffiti, aerosol cans. Should we ban them? I think that would definitely help the PD department and make our city look nice and clean. After the first cigarette vote, I calculated I have to lay off 8 staff members. That's the impact that's going to happen from the team of 24. If this ordinance doesn't go into effect till July 2027, what's the rush to vote? I urge you all to delay the vote and bring the retailers to the table to find solutions before passing the vote. Look at the current data, citations, enforcements, implement litter abatement fee. We have a 25-cent cup fee. So litter abatement fee could be implemented tomorrow. $2 a pack. Let's talk about it. That's my ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment. Oh, we have more folks. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dave Fox. I've lived in town a long time, and I don't really know anything about this whole issue. I thought I'd bring up something different to make you smile. The RTC keeps telling us they're going to close the Bay Porter on and off ramps. Yet, why can't those people figure out what the dates are supposed to be? They've already said that they were going to close these last week in an email. Yet, Park Avenue is still supposedly closed if you look at the signs, but it's open. They're both open. Somebody's got to go to the RTC and smack them on the side of the head and say, what are you guys doing? I mean, the planners at Granite Rock clearly know how their projects are running. Why it can't be given to the general public. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, I'll take it to staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I have a couple quick updates for you. The first is that yesterday the city received a response to the mayor's letter to the RTC asking some questions about the future rail and trail project through Capitola. That email and the original letter to the RTC is posted on our website. You can access it under the news section. Secondarily, at the last meeting, Councilmember Westman requested a workshop to talk a bit about kind of big picture projects. We're going to put an item on next agenda to talk through topics and schedule that. So I just want everyone to put their thinking caps on and come with their ideas at the next meeting. With that, I think Director Hurley, he has a few comments as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple updates for you. This week, I'll be posting the RFQ for our on-call economic development specialist, and that will return to you with a contract. You'll remember in the last budget, we put aside $20,000 for that, and I'll bring that back to you on October 23rd with a contract. And at that meeting, we'll have the BIA, the Chamber of Commerce, and Visit Santa Cruz present to the City Council. So we'll be focused in on economic development. And I just wanted to let you know, in our department, we are posting the building official recruitment probably tomorrow or early next week. And the senior planner position continues to be posted online as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Council comments, and I'll take it. Oh, sorry, Chief. Thank you.
So I have a couple comments, and I'm hoping that our new canine is coming in to say hello really quick. I gave him the call, but so I'll start with my first two comments. Just a reminder for everybody. Sorry if I steal into your thunder, but the Art and Wine is this weekend. So the police department and Central Fire are geared up to support the event from a public safety standpoint, and just a reminder of the village closures through traffic. Here he comes. He's going to steal the show. But let me just mention one other thing really quick. Myself and Captain Moreno, Officer Rachel Garcia, and two non-sworn staff members had the privilege of attending the annual Women Law Enforcement Leadership Symposium last week. And I just want to mention that last time I went to this symposium was in 2009, and it was about 500 people, and now it's over 2,000 of people from law enforcement outside of California, all over the state. Really a privilege to dive into leadership and working together, and it was just really an honor to attend and expand our network of sworn outreach that we can do. Okay, you don't want to talk to me anymore. So this is Officer Farrow, who was recently anointed a canine officer, and he and his canine partner, Crash, with a K, just graduated school. So he is now a fully functioning canine and hopefully a fully functioning canine officer. As you can see, Crash is a sweetheart, and he is a detection dog. And I'll let Officer Farrow tell you what he's trained in. I'm sorry I didn't tell you I was going to have you speak, but he's very friendly. So a little different approach for us. He's a sweet boy. He runs up and down the hallways, gets white hair on everything, but he's very obedient. So what is he trained in, Armando? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Armando. I'm a police officer with Capitola. I was recently promoted to canine officer. We've been together for about 3 to 4 months. We finished a 6-week detection school. Right. So right now he's trained for narcotics, whether it be heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamine, and cocaine. You can also detect paraphernalia. So if somebody smoked in their car a month ago, he'll be able to smell that. So dogs don't alert to the presence.
He'll be in the parking lot.
They don't alert to the presence of narcotics. They alert to the presence of the smell of narcotics. So they're best.
You're gonna be busy.
We assisted Santa Cruz PD last night with a vehicle search, and they located narcotics. I just got into a foot pursuit with somebody else, and he also had narcotics, which he recovered from their vehicle. Pretty much, he's narcotics, and we will be doing articles in the future.
Yeah, so come out and say hi. He'll be at a lot of our events because he can be, because he's friendly. He's our newest, most popular member. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chief, and welcome, Crash. We'll bring it to council comments, and I'll start over here.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark. Just before I begin tonight, I want to just take a moment and just acknowledge that today marks the 24th anniversary of our September 11th attacks. I ask everyone to pause a minute before going to bed tonight and honor those we lost, the families that have been forever changed, and the first responders who showed up and with extraordinary courage. With that, I'll address one of the questions that came up about the RTC. The RTC was scheduled to close the Bay Porter off-ramp, and it was going to be conflicting with Art and Wine. With encouragement of local officials, that has been pushed off and it'll be rescheduled. And so that's why it was. As Chief Ryan said, Art and Wine Festival is this weekend. Encourage everybody to come out. Carrie Arnone and the Art and Wine whole team, the chamber, and everybody does an amazing job putting it on, and it's always a great event. I wanted to also just take a couple minutes and make a few comments regarding our last city council meeting. Serving on this dais becomes a tough responsibility. Every decision I make impacts the lives of Capitola residents and the direction of the city and the trust people place in me. That's why I hold myself to the highest standards in accountability and transparency. That commitment is not just words, it's action. Each month I hold community count meetings completely open to the public. These meetings provide opportunities for me to share updates, but more importantly, for me to listen to people that I represent. With that in mind, I wanted to explain my vote on the active transportation grant program from our last meeting. I've been asked by my constituents and people in the community that I walk around and see, why would you ever vote against free money? Why would you go vote against public safety? The truth is, there is no such thing as free money. These are public funds, and spending them must be done with full transparency and accountability. An RFP and RFQ for services are safeguards to ensure fairness and protects us. Awarding contracts simply because a partner has worked with other jurisdictions does not meet the standards of accountability that I was elected to uphold. I want to be clear, Ecology Action is a highly qualified and well-represented organization. They provide valuable outreach, education, and transportation services throughout our region. My vote was not about their ability or reputation. It was about the process. I'm also aware Ecology Action sponsored international trips to the Netherlands for council members and city staff and other local officials. While these opportunities may be of value, they also create the appearance of influence. That makes it even more important to follow a transparent, competitive process, because the process is what protects both public dollars and public trust. My campaign, from my campaign to my service on the Planning Commission and to my role now as a council member, I've always stood for public safety, and I will continue to do so. But I believe public safety begins with accountability. Accountability begins with transparency, and that is the foundation of trust. And that is the standard that I'll assure you that I will continue to uphold. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So my family and I zipped down to the Capitola Wharf on Sunday on our e-bikes and had fun at the Boogie on the Wharf. There's no better joy than seeing our community come together to enjoy music and dancing. If you haven't gotten a chance to go, there's another one happening on September 21st. Also want to say thank you to Chloe, she's here somewhere, for reaching out to the 25 other jurisdictions to inquire about their agenda setting procedure. I had asked that you bring that up from a few meetings ago. I think the results are worth discussing. I'd like to put that on a future agenda and have a discussion about how we'd like to move forward.
Good evening, everyone. I actually have two items. The first one is that I attended the AMBAG meeting in Monterey last night. And the main topic of conversation there was that for about the last 2 years, AMBAG has been working on a 2050 metropolitan transportation plan. And they are hopeful that this plan will actually be adopted in June of '26. The draft plan is going to be available sometime in January, as well as the draft EIR, and they will be holding public hearings. So I will try to continue to bring you up to date when that plan is available for people to look at and review, and also let you know when you will have an opportunity to comment on it. I understand you're going to be able to comment by email. You don't actually have to attend a meeting, but they will be having meetings to try and explain the plan to people. The second item I have is that in April of this year, the City Council received a code of conduct complaint from Kevin McGuire against Council Member Orbach. And in accordance with the City Council's Code of Conduct, Section 8.4.3A, I would like to ask that we place this complaint on our September 25th agenda for further discussion and deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. One thing I just wanted to follow up on what we unanimously voted on last meeting for the cigarette butt ban. Our intent by extending the date was to allow for more cooperation between the city and local business owners. So that was our, what I believe was our intent. So I just wanted to clarify that. Also, I just want to make a request for possible, maybe at the next budget, I would like, I think probably Chloe's the best person, or maybe Julia, to help us look into a possible app platform for our city. Our website can be a little wonky sometimes, so I think if we explore the option of a little bit more tangible item for people that live here to use, for visitors to use, things like that, I think that might help with a little bit more clarity and availability at your fingertips. So I'd just like to make a note for that. Thank you.
Thank everyone for the comments. I would like to request that we bring back the Transportation Planning Grant, ATP, to the next council meeting, more for further discussion. There was things that were brought to light to me after I voted for it that just wanted to ask some questions on, so I'd like to bring that back the next council meeting.
I would like to remind people, we've gotten a lot of comments about Bay Avenue, and we do have that scheduled for our next agenda. So anybody interested in that issue should look at the agenda and plan to come to our meeting. Thank you.
Yes, we will be busy next meeting. Okay, well, this time we'll be looking for any item that maybe wanted to be pulled from the consent. Okay, we will pull item B and we'll hear it at the end of our regular general government hearings. And I'd be looking for a motion for A, B, and D. Correction, I said that wrong. A, C, and D.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent items are passed. Bring us to number 9, general government. We will start with the Capitola Mall update and amendment to agreement with Ben Noble Planning.
Mr. Mayor, do we want to take maybe a 3-minute break to let people who are here for the consent item, if they were...
Absolutely, we'll take a 3-minute break, and thank everybody for coming.
I didn't really. No, I didn't really. I'm doing well. Yeah, I know. I just, no, I thought it was really nice that you explained that. But I really did.
Marco, I like the idea of an app.
I was like on my walk the other morning, and I was like, wait a second, what does this say? Because I was like sick, like trying to like just sometimes I want to relook at the agenda on my phone, but it's online.
I like the app idea.
We had the app, and it just is. This is this week's agenda. Here it is. You know.
That's great.
Maybe more people.
PayPal.
Yeah, right.
Looks like everybody's made it back to the seats. We will continue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight before you is an update on the Capitola Mall, as well as an amendment to Ben Noble planning contract. So I'm excited tonight to present to you the Capitola Mall. I know it's a fun topic within the city, and everyone's, maybe the number one question in town is what's happening at the Capitola Mall. So I'm going to give you a update since this item was continued from our last meeting, and also introduce you to Jameis Gwilliam with Merlone Geyer Partners, who's here tonight, and Ben Noble from Ben Noble Planning is also here tonight. So we'll jump right in. As I mentioned at the last meeting, if we can go to the next slide, the last meeting, this item was continued, and the recommended action tonight is to provide direction on the zoning code updates. We've got 4 alternatives, 4 options for the council this evening, and then to adopt a resolution with an amendment to the budget, as well as authorize the city manager to move forward with a change to the Ben Noble contract. Next slide, please. So as the background on this, we've gone through quite a bit of planning effort with the Capitola Mall. There's been multiple long-range planning efforts from 2011 to 2024 with the mall revisioning, also the general plan update, carving out some community benefits within the Capitola Mall, and our recent housing element update. In terms of implementation of that long-range planning, we've been working on updates to the Capitola Mall since 2010 with modifications to allow less parking on the site, vertical and horizontal mixed use. And then in this last year, we did sweeping changes to remove hurdles from being able to develop housing on the site. And then in 2019, there was an application by Merlone Geyer Partners, and it was a great mixed use proposal. Unfortunately, due to COVID, the economics and a lot changed due to COVID. So they ended up withdrawing their application in late summer of 2020 due to there was a large theater involved in that project, and there was just a lot of changes happening. So this next slide is the deliverables from the housing element. I think it's really important. This is probably one of the more important slides that we'll go over tonight. First, it establishes the Capitola Mall, not just as the mall area, but the entire block of the mall. Next, it talks about facilitating redevelopment on the Capitola Mall site with a strong sense of place and urban design. It then goes further to define mall redevelopment as meaning a mix of uses, residential and retail and commercial. And then how do we get there? Within the housing element, we've committed to building heights of up to 75 feet. We also committed to increasing the amount of floor area, the overall square footage that a developer can get within a project, to remove the parking lot calculations from that floor area, so a bigger incentive to have parking on the site without taking away from the overall project. And then why we're here tonight is to adopt objective development standards to facilitate mall redevelopment. So within objective standards, the purpose there is the developer will know clearly what is expected in terms of the form and massing of buildings, and it really sets the boundaries and direction, kind of puts the recipe together. And that's what we're here to talk about. So next slide, please. So at our August 28th meeting, you formed an ad hoc committee made up of Councilmember Orbach and Councilmember Westman. We were able to meet with Marlon Geyer between those past two meetings, and during that meeting, we learned that Marlon Geyer that Jameis could be here this evening to join us with the conversation. Next slide, please. So tonight I'll be presenting 4 options to you. I'm not going to have all the slides I had at the last meeting, but the options will be for objective standards, and that was, and I'll get into another slide for that, and then the new option 1.5 that was published yesterday with a mix between 1 and 2, the option 2 being an expedited review of objective standards, and then lastly, the form-based code. Next slide, please. So within option 1, we were looking at updating our objective standards. Within this option, there would be amendments to the zoning code and general plan. Again, the increased height and floor area ratio. The objective design standards really look at the form and design of buildings and how the massing and articulation work. This is our kind of standard zoning code updates to have multiple rounds of stakeholder meetings, 1 community workshop, and then Planning Commission and City Council study sessions, and then adoption hearings. The completion for that would be in April of 2026 with an estimated cost of $76,000. Next slide. So this next slide is the hybrid option that since after publishing, Ben and I met and really talked through. I know that there's within our regular option 2, there really wasn't much opportunity for multiple stakeholder meetings or a community meeting. So we tried to bring that in and within the same timeline as option 2. So this would have the same updates for the codes, but this would include 2 stakeholder meetings, 1 community meeting, and then a Planning Commission work session meeting, and then adoption hearings with Planning Commission and City Council. The completion date is the same as the expedited with January of 2026. If we go this route, we'll be asking planning commissioners for some special meetings and probably a community meeting in October. So you'll see things happening rapidly. And the estimated cost there is $68,000. Next slide, please. So option 2, I talked a little bit about, it's the expedited review, 1 stakeholder meeting, and the public interaction would be during our planning commission meetings and our city council meetings. Next slide. And the cost is $46,000 and done in January. And then lastly, the form-based code. This would replace the existing zoning that's on the mall block with a form-based code. And a form-based code looks at the form of the buildings and the streets, and really it's highly prescriptive in terms of architecture and design standards, but very predictable and usually has less of review because it's so predictable. So within this, there would be a design charrette, cohesive design standards, and a regulating map. You create its own zoning map within that block. And completion would be in approximately 8 months, so closer to the end of spring, early summer, and the estimated cost at $162,000. And I do want to say within all of these, we would be doing economic analysis. As we learned with the first proposal in 2019, there's a cost associated with building housing on city resources. In that 2019 study, we had Cosmont do a fiscal analysis, and they came up with, for each person living in a home, there's a cost of about $800 per year. That cost has, of course, gone up since 2019. So in all of these alternatives, we'll be doing fiscal analysis just to make sure it's a win-win for both Malone Guyer and the property owners on the entire mall block, as well as not putting the city in the red. So next slide, please. So the highlights here between the options are shown on this slide. And as you can see, the community meetings and stakeholder within option 1 and option 3, that's the most community involvement. We did come back with that 1.5 hybrid to try to build in more opportunities to have workshops for the community. So next slide. And the fiscal impact, I'm not going to read this to you, but you've seen the slides, and it ranges from the $46,000 up to $162,000. Next slide. So tonight we're looking for council direction to select the preferred zoning update approach, to amend the budget, and to authorize a contract amendment with Ben Noble, and then to continue coordinating with Malone Guyer partners and stakeholders. And if we quickly go to the next slide, I do have a cheat sheet slide for you when you're ready to make a motion, because there's a lot built into this, so we can come back to that. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions, and also Jameis William is here as well.
Great, thank you for the presentation. We'll bring it to council questions, and we'll start it on the side over here.
Thank you. I would like to thank the representative from Malone Guyer being here. Councilmember Orbach and I were able to meet with Malone Guyer during these 2 weeks. And so I thank the council for continuing this for 2 weeks, because I think we had some positive results from that. I think I'll save the rest of my comments till we have our deliberation.
Thank you. I think we got a lot of feedback from the community about the numbers of units. If there's just even like kind of a little bridge that you could touch on, sort of how we jumped from one to the other, just so that there's some clarity.
Sure. I have some slides because many questions have come into the office as well. So if you could go maybe 3 slides forward. One more. Thank you. Okay, so on this slide, you can see the regional housing needs, the RENA numbers. This is assigned to us. It's first assigned at the state level. They figure out how much more housing units we need within the state, and then it trickles down to the different regional groups, such as, and we're in the AMBAG regional planning group. From that, so our regional group was assigned a fairly high number, over 30,000 units. And then from that, we further distribute those numbers. And what you're seeing here are the numbers that were assigned to the city of Capitola. So low income at 497, moderate income at 169, market rate. And That's anything above 120 AMI. It's what you purchase on the regular market at 455, and there was a total RENA number of 1,336. Next slide, please. So when we went through our first round with our update, and we have a sites inventory where we have to identify where those numbers can be met in Capitola. There's no requirement to build these units. It's strictly identifying the sites where they could be built. So with within our sites inventory currently, the adopted version, there was 1,777 within the entire mall block and 1,125 on the Merlone Geyer partner property. And we continue to get the question, well, how did we get there? So that's what I'm gonna go through next. So next slide. So the first draft of our housing element did not include the entire mall block. It included the mall sites as well as the Macy's. And it did not include the Kohl's because it has a long-term lease. So our first draft of the housing element included 6 sites total, 5 of which were Merlone Geyers, and a total of 734 units. So this was under the 1336 that we were assigned to. Next slide. Go back one, please. When we submitted this to the state, it was rejected because they said it was not economically feasible. The low end mod was at 65% of the of units, and the market rate units were at 35%. And it costs money to build affordable housing. Within our own affordable housing requirements, we're at, well, we'll go to the next slide. So after doing the analysis of this, of going to 75 feet in height and looking at the economics of it, the correct ratio would be 20% affordable to 80% market rate. So what you're seeing here is that the actual affordable units went down and the market rate units went up so that it becomes feasible for the developer to develop those units. And we also added sites. So at first there were 6 sites total. By the time we got a certified housing element, it was up to 10 out of the 12 sites. And the reason for not including, like the Kohl's site has a long-term lease, and then also there's shared parking agreements of the back property that between the Target and, or it's near the entryway to the mall off the back of Claire's. But okay, next slide. I think that's it. So that's really why it was the economics and that it wasn't feasible. And there's a lot of feasibility analysis that goes into a housing element.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Thank you. Sorry, I have some questions. First question is, are the proposed units that looking at, I know there hasn't been a lot of design work, but has been talked about if they're going to be apartments or are they going to be looking at mixed use units, or is it going to be all like in apartments or condo townhomes? Have we have any sort of discussions about that or what that might look like in the very early stages?
So as towards the ownership, no. I can tell you the 2019 was apartments.
Thank you. Next area that I can ask a question about is around city resources and impacts. I think we all can agree that additional housing directly impacts city operations on police, public works, administrative staff, unless it's offset by some new funding. Isn't it, I think it's trying to understand the correlation of what housing costs the city, because having a retail space or a hotel or some other fund generating thing, I just want to ask the question because a lot of times people ask me, it doesn't housing create funding for the city? And I just wonder if you could go through and highlight what that kind of dollars look like to the city, and then how does that directly connect back to the support services that would be funded to support those units?
Sure. So when a development comes in, there's definitely benefits that revenue generating as well as extra cost. I do have couple slides that I tried to break down. So in 2019, we studied this. If we go back to before, yeah, right here. So in 2019, we did an analysis of the project that came in, and there were 637 units, 600,000 square feet of commercial. The annual cost, as I mentioned before, was just around $800 per resident. And there were estimated new residents of between like 1,100 and 1,275. When we broke this down towards the revenues, you're looking at property tax revenues that come in. You're also looking at retail revenues from retail tax. So that's what you're seeing in that annual the revenue stream. So we were seeing between 925,000 to 1.2 million. Then we looked at the expenditures, and depending on the population, at about $800 per person, we're seeing a range of 875 to $1 million. So right there, you can see there was some variation between a profit of $50,000 per year or running in the negative of 75,000. If you go to the next slide, when we went through the 2019 analysis, we pushed hard after receiving that fiscal analysis for a hotel. TOT, or hotel taxes, they generate 12% of gross hotel revenue will go directly to the city. The difference there is sales tax. When we get 9.25%, of that, the city receives 1.5%, so a much smaller amount. And then with property taxes are at 1% of the assessed value, and the city receives just about 7.5% of that 1%. So really small amount, a lot of the money goes to the county. The TOT tax, a lot more money comes back to the city, so that's why after doing that analysis, we were suggesting they add a hotel to the site. So a roundabout way of answering your question, but it really comes down to
helpful because just to refresh the community when we all pay our property tax and they see that big property tax, and then you really start to look at how it breaks down to what Capitola really gets. So thanks for that. Has the city developed any sort of process, and this isn't directly at the mall, I guess, just looking at the overall arena numbers, a process to analyze the long-term impacts on end city resources? And what I'm talking about is like, when we hit 500 units, wherever that is in our city, is there going to be a matrix or an equation to that says that means we need to have one new police officer, or if that's 1,000. When we hit 2,000 units, that means we need more public works people. When we hit 5,000 units, that we might need more city staff for supporting. I was just wondering, have we gone through that drill and looked at what does that look like and projecting out for the future?
So it's interesting. Our city's been kind of at the same population for quite some time. I think in 1990 we hit a peak, but since then we've been declining in population. Sorry, I don't have the numbers right here in front of me, but it's gone over 10,000 and under 10,000. I think the latest numbers were right about 10,000 with the census, and the more like inaccurate numbers that come out in between every 10 years are showing that trend is continuing to go down. But in terms of growth, I think it's time that we start evaluating this. So that's why we'd like to build in a fiscal analysis, just as we're going to see more and more housing development. If we were ever to achieve the numbers of our arena, we definitely need to plan for that accurately. So.
And then a follow-up to that'd be like from a support services, and then like, what about how we're going to project out about infrastructure? Obviously, we're not responsible for water, and we'd be working with SoCal Water or City of Santa Cruz for water, obviously. But the infrastructure, like the amount of traffic, the wear and tear. If we look at the amount of cars on 41st today, if we're just going to talk about the mall, and we have that much demand, I would think if it's times two, roads are going to wear out faster and stuff, and how we're going to project out those long-term costs and be accountable for that to make sure that the city is going to be fiscally solid going forward.
Yeah, so we continue to do long-range planning, and we will continue to plan in the long range. We also partner with our, the water agencies. Actually, right now, they're updating their water long-range planning documents. So I've been meeting with SoCal Creek and the City of Santa Cruz Water District. So we'll continue to do that and also look more closely at the projects as they come in. And in terms of like our roads, right now, we're doing a lot of planning in terms of like the 41st Avenue corridor study is happening because we know that the majority of the RENA numbers were placed along the 41st Avenue corridor. So that's another way in which we're planning for this. But every year at our budget sessions, we're gonna have to be thinking about this. And I know that our chief is thinking about this. We sit down and we have conversations about, as this builds out, what does that mean to our city resources? So we have that guideline from the 2019 study of what that original cost is to the city. So we just need to continue to plan to make sure that we're fiscally responsible as we move forward.
I think like one of the things I use like a measuring stick, if you want to call it, and looking at is we just had an election in November, and I think one of the easiest things that you could check a box for is public safety and all this, and fire department. And we saw our fire department went out for a bond measure and wanted a new firehouse, which you would think would be the great buzzwords and getting support, and it failed, pretty bad. And it's too bad, because public safety should be really important. But again, I think it just gets to the point of we are reaching this point of tax fatigue. And so looking at, we have this tax fatigue, it's not going to be, I don't think an answer could be looking forward like, well, if we're going to get this housing, maybe we can increase sales tax, something like that, because I think we just reflect back on to learn from lessons. Obviously things change and more education of our community, about needs and stuff like that. But that's just something I just wanted to share about that. And I just have a couple more, I apologize. Would city revenue be changed at all if they're apartments or if they're townhouses or condos? I was just wondering on any project and not just specific to the mall. It's more of an education piece for me.
Yeah, I think there'd be a slight difference in the property tax valuation. So apartments are typically valued, and this is making assumptions, but typically an apartment complex with the same amount as a condo and built at the same level would most likely get a little bit less of a property tax because the valuation would come in slightly lower than condo or individual property owners.
Okay, and then last question might be a two-parter, but on project feasibility, so I was reading through the staff report and it says a large number of market rate units at the mall is required for project feasibility. And lots of people come up to me and say, market feasibility, like that's the developer's problem. And so I was just wondering if you could expand on what that really means, and then who ultimately determines and who's the guiding force to say that it is, determined as a feasible project.
Okay. So when we adopt impact fees, we have to study them and make sure that that there's feasibility. When we've got a housing impact fee of $25 a square foot. We had to do an analysis on that. So whenever there's new development, they pay this $25 a square foot. And it's a methodology that is required whenever you adopt an impact fee. So it's a similar practice that happened here with our in lieu fee. Not our in lieu fee. For our inclusionary ordinance, we require one affordable unit for every 7 units developed, which is 15%. And that was also a market study that was done to get to that number to see what can the city impose on a developer in order to require affordable units. So within the mall redevelopment, when we went through the housing element exercise, when Merlone Geyer asked for more height in order to make the project feasible, we did the market analysis, which came up with the 20% affordable and then 80% market rate.
Okay. So
and it's really a requirement of the state.
Right. So it's just it's not a fair comment for somebody in the community to make, like, who is the developer to say the project is feasible? If there's a process that is reviewed and vetted out to understand what that's true. So it's not, I sometimes just talk to a normal community member and they say, why is the developer saying the project's feasible or it's not feasible and he needs to keep building more? And it's reassuring to hear that there's a process that's put in place and is vetted out by the city to verify that that project is feasible and what's not feasible.
Yes, the state HCD goes through your housing element with a fine comb and makes sure that what we're proposing is feasible.
Thank you so much, and those are all my questions, and I'll have comments later.
Hi, Katie. Just to report back on the ad hoc committee, I was in with Councilmember Susan Westman and Jamie and Katie. I came out of the meeting feeling like we're moving in the right direction. James has agreed to work on a website to showcase some of the examples of the projects he's done previously and also give us some ideas of what could be planned at the Capitola Mall. I think that would be really exciting for the community to see. Miller & Geyer Partners, it seems like they're ready to move forward with the design of a project, and what they are missing is just requiring that the city approve the zoning changes to begin that work. I just have a couple of questions, Katie. Given that we already have objective design standards and HCD prescribed height of 75 feet, floor area ratio of 2.0, and parking maximums, what standards will the city be seeking input on from the community with the additional stakeholder meetings and community workshops? In other words, what are the benefits of additional community input at this stage of the process?
Yeah, so going to 75 feet means we're looking at different types of architecture than we were expecting. Under our current multifamily, the height limit is, I think, 35 feet, maybe 35 feet, so much smaller buildings. When we talk about, and we're talking about a really large site at the mall. So 46 acres total for that mall block. So you can have larger blocks there, and it's really, we need to update these objective standards to take into consideration that there can be 800-foot-long blocks at the mall, and just starting to kind of form out what do we want this future layout to, not the layout exactly, but the buildings and the structures to look like. The other thing in our objective standards that we have is we talk about sidewalks and we talk about trees and plantings, but really if we're going to be having a new block system or new streets, really talking about more like what those streets look like within like residential areas and mixed use areas. So really defining it better. And then it helps the developer when they go to make these plans to see what exactly we put out there as the recipe for the future of the mall.
Isn't that part of the 41st Avenue corridor study, though, what you're describing?
So the 41st Avenue corridor study is really focused on the city's right-of-way and what we can do within the street. So this is a different exercise. It's really focused on that mall block and what the developers and all the property owners within the mall block can do in the future.
My second question is, why is there a second reading required for options 1.5 and not for option 2? I'm looking at the graph that you gave us. There's a second reading required for options 1.5 versus...
All options will have a second reading.
Oh, I see. It wasn't clear for option 2.
Sorry about that.
Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question about RENA numbers. The thing I hear from everybody is, oh my God, it's too big. And what kind of pushback can the city do? Or do we even have the opportunity to do that?
So we did do that. When the RENA numbers came out and the calculation was put together, there was a letter that we drafted, and I think the mayor signed at that time, bringing up the fact that we're a really small city. We're under 2 square miles. We have less than 12 vacant sites. Now we have less than 6 vacant sites in Capitola, so we're really looking at redevelopment. But because we are a city that has a lot to offer in terms of amenities and like school systems, parks, we And because we are already dense under the state standards and the evaluation and when you get assigned, these areas with high resources are areas where they want to put more affordable units so that people, there's a better distribution of people, there's more availability of services for new residents that have needs. So,
Thank you.
welcome.
Lastly, traffic studies. What powers do we have as the city to say what these projects, if we're going to have that big of projects, how can we restructure our streets, specifically 41st Avenue?
So we are doing the 41st Avenue corridor study with this in mind, that mall redevelopment is on its way, and just knowing that within the RENA numbers, that those numbers could someday happen along 41st Avenue. Recently, there's been new state law around CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and so things have been changing very quickly in that aspect, and where typically transportation was one of the CEQA items, we'll be evaluating it, but whether or not the level of CEQA review with that will be different if they're producing the housing and the housing element. So, but
So
we will be looking at it, and we are planning for it now in this study.
Would it be fair to say that the cities are continuing to lose power over what's happening in our cities and counties?
Yes. Yeah, planning at the state level is really impacting the level of review by cities.
Thank you.
Can I,
Further questions?
yeah, can I ask for James to come up and introduce himself and kind of talk about his vision and so the community can actually hear from you and link Marlon Geyer to a face? Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, nice to meet everyone. My name is James Quilliam, as was said. I'm with Marlon Geyer Partners. I'm based in San Diego, but I work on all of our development projects up and down the coast. Our business, we primarily own grocery and drug anchored retail centers, places you go to get groceries every day. That's the majority of our business. We also, through those relationships with retailers, we own and have redeveloped like 18 Sears boxes over the years. They tend to call us when they're closing a store and see if we want to buy it because they own all their real estate. Same with Kmart. Sears owned Kmart. I don't know if you knew that. And we also own a handful of malls. And the intent for all these properties is not to tear them down and to build housing. A lot of times, as we've seen even from 2019, we may have a vision for a redevelopment that the world changes and it no longer becomes viable. And that's what happened with the plan that was submitted in 2019. We've seen that across a number of our projects. Other projects that we had, large office buildings entitled, no one's building new office buildings today. Large movie theaters, 3 of the movie theater businesses that we were in negotiations with pre-COVID went bankrupt, and no one's building new theater space. So it's reshaped a lot of things. In addition to that, like all of you, we're experiencing the pressure from the state to create more housing. And so whenever a planner or cities look at where they can add housing, typically they want to preserve the character of their communities. You obviously here in Capitola have a phenomenal community, a great fabric of your community. Typically planners and HCD, they see vacant surface lots and they say that's where we should put the housing so that we don't impact the communities. And that's the type of development that we are involved in currently, is these underutilized properties. And what's challenging, obviously, for the community is change, like just wrapping your head around, well, this is our mall and this is where we go shopping, and to think about that, going away or a portion of it going away and housing being created. And I think it's important to recognize as well. I mean, it wouldn't be additive traffic on top of the mall. To build the housing, you'd have to tear down existing commercial square footage, which generates significantly more traffic than residential trips. And so there are a number of things that we will get to. We're not at a place now where I could say this is exactly our vision for the site where we are today. And they're all good questions. It's just the question is really, the one today is how do we get to these objective design standards so that we can design a project? And we like to engage with the community. We like to get feedback from the community when we have some clarity on the zoning. There's also other owners at the mall that we need to get approvals from if we were to move forward. That's not a slam dunk. I deal with Macy's all the time. They're not easy to work with, and they have hundreds of locations, and it's not a huge priority for them. Same with Target. They're interested in operating their business, and fortunately, we have relationships with them, and so we can have those dialogues. But really, what we're hopeful for is that we can just get some clarity on what those objective design standards are, so that we can prepare a project, and then we can share that with the community. We can engage, and we can run studies to look at the traffic, and we can talk to the community more about the placemaking aspects and the number of units and the affordable units, and giving you specifics on what that exactly looks like. And so that's why I'm here. I've been engaged with and working with Jamie and Katie for the past several months, trying to provide some of our thoughts on what those objective standards could look like to facilitate the creation of a set of code that we could then put a project around. And so hopefully that gives you a little bit of context. But I'm here. I'm willing to continue to work with staff, and like I said, we've provided feedback already on the objective standards that we think would be necessary. And I do have some concerns about opening up more community feedback, because this is really, there's a timeline HCD is given, and the questions, while good, there's sort of it'd be better to respond to a project once we have the zoning code. And so that's for you, obviously, to decide how you want to, what level of feedback you want from the community at this stage of the game. So any other questions? Okay.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you coming and spending time with us and updating us.
Of course.
Thank you very much. Okay, that'll bring us to number 3, public comment.
You guys are going to get off that easy tonight, did you?
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So I just want to talk about this. Do I have 3 minutes? Great. Just want to make sure I had different speeches done up for the night. So I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the Capitola Mall and the redevelopment, and why we must make sure that this project is going to be sustainable for the city. The RENA obviously is 1,336 units that they were just talking about. We all recognize the importance of meeting the housing goals, and I'm not questioning that part. But we also have to be realistic about what the numbers mean for the city of our size. Housing does not generate revenue for the city. In fact, each new unit adds cost to providing for the police, the fire, the road maintenance, utilities, other city services. And these costs are ongoing and can be put a significant pressure on the city and the general fund. If we approve this project with too many housing units and not enough revenue generating uses, we run the real risk of putting Capitola into a deficit situation with just a few years. And I think that's something that really needs to be thought about and taken that time. And when the city goes into the red, it can mean the services, cutbacks, deferred infrastructure, maintenance, and even reduced public safety, which I don't think anybody wants to see. By contrast, a retail development and hotels do generate revenue. So the retail provides sales tax that funds the city operations, and also hotels would bring in the transient occupancy tax, creating a steady stream for the Capitola. And that's why I would encourage the city to look at a more balanced approach to the mall site, perhaps fewer housing units paired with new retail and a hotel component. This type of a mixture could help offset the cost of housing and ensure the project's support rather than strain our budgets. And lastly, I would strongly urge the scheduling of a comprehensive community outreach. I think many people were stuck back on the 2019, and then we had the COVID, and that kind of went to the wayside, and maybe this whole project kind of went to the wayside with a lot of the community members. So I think it's important that we do that. we should really look at the community as part of the solution so that we can, this project reflects what is best for the city's long-term health. One of the things that I just want to point out, and nothing against you, sir, I'm happy to speak with you as a community member and somebody's family who's been here over 100 years and used to bike to the mall when I was like a little kid. I think a lot of thought process needs to be put into this, and I understand that people are probably feeling that there needs to be some kind of a resolution. But instead of jumping so quickly with all of these different projects that are facing us right now, maybe we just take a breath here and try to figure out what's the best way to go for our community. And really, your constituents, that's what they want. They want what is best for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rafa. I lived and worked in the city of Capitola here for several years. And the entire time that I lived and worked here in Capitola, I was low income. Luckily, I was able to find a rat-infested place that I could afford to live in. But the reality is that the Section 8 voucher program that was closed, I couldn't even get on the waiting list the entire time that for those several years. And the reality is that we need more housing for people of all income levels, low income housing, market rate housing, because it all is helpful. And even market rate housing is useful for people with a Section 8 voucher to be able to live. I worked on 41st Avenue. I could have walked across the street from the mall if I could afford an apartment at the mall. And so I'm just here to advocate for more housing. I appreciate that the city has been planning for more housing. We've been doing this process for several years now already, and adopted a fairly strong housing element where the city committed to facilitating development of the mall for housing, and the city made strong commitments and got approval from the state in order to facilitate that housing at the mall. And one of those commitments was to increase the heights and to make this housing at the mall more feasible by the end of this year. And it seems like we have the opportunity tonight to move forward with that plan and to commit to either option 2 or I guess it's option 1.5, this hybrid thing, to engage with the community and to move forward with being able to build housing at the mall. I understand people might be concerned with like how the community is affected and what things might look like. You know, I have to say that a half-empty mall right now is not a particularly nice place. It's not very attractive. In order to have more business, we need more people who can live near the mall, and I would welcome to see change so that it is a more community-friendly place, and I think change in this situation is good. So I'd appreciate if you could move forward tonight with proceeding with option 2 or 1.5. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Janine Roth. I have family that lives in Capitola, and I'm a volunteer lead with Santa Cruz EMB. I did want to touch on some of what was in our letter to you. We urge you to choose an option that keeps you on track to meeting the December 2025 deadline. I'll remind you that the housing element that you adopted says a few things that I'm sure you all will resonate with you. It says that Capitola is mostly built out. It says that vacant residential lots are almost non-existent. It says that developing on prospective sites is often more expensive and difficult. It also says that the mall is one of the few places where you can realistically build housing at scale. That's why the mall is the centerpiece of your housing plan. It accounts for nearly 40% of the affordable housing in your housing element. The city's already laid the groundwork. You commissioned the feasibility study, you worked with Morlon-Geyer, you found out that adding height and density was going to make redevelopment possible. And when HCD said, well, that's not economically possible, you expanded the mall site from 6 to 10 parcels. And that was with Morlon-Geyer's input. So now it meets state requirements and it's ready to be a workable plan. So what that means is that you really need to work towards the clear state mandated deadline, December 2025. Update the mall zoning standards by that date. Here's the thing, missing that deadline puts Capitola at risk. You might lose housing element certification either by HCD or the courts. You might face some lawsuits, and you might even see builders remedy projects that bypass local control. From earlier conversations, I know you want to retain as much control as you can. So let's pick an option that keeps you on schedule and gets you to more certainty for the community and to Morlon-Geyer so they can bring a project forward. There's a lot of chances for public input. It's already been talked about. The 41st Corridor Plan does overlap. The Planning Commission has, and the City Council are open hearings. So let's not risk being surprised by consequences that we can avoid and adopt that option 1.5 or 2 that meets the deadline. I just want to close by reminding you that this is about homes for people. It's about people who work in Capitola, at the local businesses that were here earlier telling you that they're struggling. It's walkable, bikeable, bus to mostly from the mall to a lot of places in Capitola. So let's get going for a plan for homes for people that can help the local economy thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
So I grew up here in the 80s, biking to the mall with my friends. And even at the peak of mall culture, it still seemed pretty underutilized. So it's really exciting to see what you all are working on. I can't wait to see what you all do with the property. On 9/11, it's also really great to see this new officer crash. Or is it an officer?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll sleep better tonight because Crash is on patrol here. A couple weeks ago, my kids were walking on Bay Avenue. They needed help. First responders were there in like minutes. It blew me away how quickly they got there. And it occurred to me that many of our first responders can't afford to live in the community that they serve. And so it really seems like a great opportunity for us to return the favor and get some housing and some young families in here on 41st Avenue. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment, we'll bring it back for council deliberation and a decision. Yeah, by all means, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Morlon-Geyer for being here and working with the city. One of the things that we often forget is that a city can't make a development happen on its own. You have to have a developer who's willing to work with you and has property that they're willing to build on. And I think we're going down a good path at this point with Morlon-Geyer to try and come up with a project that's going to be beneficial for Capitola as well as financially feasible for them. I do like the idea of option 1.5, and I very much appreciate the staff going through their calendars and coming up with a way where we can add a little more community interaction. And for me, community meetings aren't just to, certainly we want to hear what the community has to say, but oftentimes these projects are big and they're complicated and you need an opportunity to explain to the community how it's going to work so they can begin to understand the requirements the city has as far as providing housing, which is something, as a planning commissioner and now as a council member, I've indicated I think that we want to do for our city and our community. So I think it's really great that we took 2 weeks We got a chance to talk to Malone Geyer. Staff got a chance to look at the schedules and come up with option 1.5, which has the same timeline as option 2, the expedited process. It's going to cost the city a little more money, but I think it's worth the city spending that money to engage with our community and give us an opportunity to engage with our community to try and move this project forward. So I would actually like to make a motion to approve option 1.5. That was one of the items that we needed to do, and adopt a resolution amending our budget to allocate funds for housing element implementation and authorize the city manager to execute agreement for professional services with Ben Noble as reflected in option 1.5.
Great. Before we do that, I'll just let it go down the table and we'll hold that motion for 1.5.
I will echo a lot of what Councilwoman Westman said. Thank you for coming to the table, Ben Noble and Merlone Geyer. Thank you for our ad hoc people. I think it's really good to finally get a little bit more face-to-face interaction. And yeah, so I'll echo that. I can second that motion as well. I think the 1.5 hybrid is a nice way to move this forward and isn't too hastily, but it will kind of still keep us on track. So thank you for all the work.
I think we're all excited and anxious to see what redevelopment project Merlone Geyer projects partners will bring forth. Personally, aside from more housing, which we do need, retail and activated community spaces, I'd love to see a hotel with a large event space and conference center. I've heard from many people who struggle to find a big enough space to host their events in Santa Cruz County. Rarely are there spaces more than for the capacity more than 500 people. Many of us working professionals travel to conferences where we spend thousands of dollars each year out of the pocket of our employers. Why not spend the money here? People already want to come to Capitola. Why not build the infrastructure needed to support this tourism industry? We can even have a hotel shuttle that'll take guests down to the heart of the city, Capitola Village. This will bring in a steady stream of TOT funds to continue to support our residents with needed services. This will also be the much needed economic development to activate the mall space and link this side, well, that side of town to this side of town. My preference, would still be option 2. It is the least expensive option. It meets the housing element requirements and the deadline. It aligns with the property owner preference, although I know Merlone Geyer has also submitted a letter saying, 1.5 is acceptable. And then there are predictable design outcomes that reflect the community input received during the development of the citywide objective design standards in 21 and 22. I also want to address one other thing that came up during questions earlier. Myself and Councilmember Jensen attended the WaterWise Academy through SoCal Water District back in May of last year. And as you know, SoCal Water District had a ribbon cutting for their Pure Water SoCal project, which is the recycled water project last year. And during our session, Ron, the general manager at the time, said that, because of that project, they can increase capacity by 50% in terms of population in this area. What does that mean? This is really debunking the myth that water resource capacity is inhibiting growth, which is not true. I think that is all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Nothing that much more to add. I appreciate the motion that was on the table and the second. Just one comment, community involvement is not a roadblock. It's a foundation for teamwork. If residents, staff, council, and the property owners collaborate, the standards that we set will carry out broad support for a project, and a project that is being built with community involvement will embrace everybody. And so I appreciate the idea of having to 1.5 and making sure that we do have community input and we refresh the vision of what the mall was. I attended the 2019 mall Sears meeting. I remember what I think I left was what Marlon Geyer said. The vision was the Capitola Town Center, which sounds great. We need to refresh what that vision is going to look like, and I think having a community meeting, taking that time, still staying on task for our timeline is going to be very important in bringing our community along at the same exact time. So thank you.
Thank you. I too like the 1.5 model. I think it's great that we can get our community involved. And speaking of community, and a lot of people that live here in Capitola care about it deeply. They don't want to see it turn into something that's not Capitola. And I don't really care what the state wants us to do, but I think at every chance we get, we should do what we can to keep it Capitola. But with that said, would you like to speak some more?
I would. I'd like to reread the motion just to make sure I've got this correct. So authorize a contract amendment with Ben Noble Planning to implement option 1.5 and adopt resolution amending fiscal year 25-26 budget to allocate $68,000 from the general plan maintenance fund.
I believe that's correct.
Thank you.
Second still stands?
Still stands.
Yeah, get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Jensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Orbach?
Aye.
Councilmember Westman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morgan?
Aye.
Mayor Clark?
Aye. 1.5 passes. That'll bring us to item B, multifamily and accessory dwelling unit zone code amendments. Oh, it's you again.
Okay, tonight before you, we're going to be talking about the recent zoning code amendments that we got a positive recommendation from Planning Commission on. We've got Ben Noble of Ben Noble Planning here, and we also have Layla from our attorney's office via Zoom as a panelist. So with that, I'll let Ben Noble take it over. And Layla, thank you.
Good evening. So again, my name is Ben Noble. I'm the city planning consultant assisting the city with the zoning code amendments before you tonight. And as Katie mentioned, the proposed amendments include changes to the residential multifamily zone, both the map and the text of zoning code, as well as the city's general plan, as well as the city's ADU regulations in the zoning code, and a small housekeeping item with the general plan land use element as well. So in 2024, the city updated the housing element, and it was certified by the California Department of Housing and Community Development at that time. And the housing element includes programs to implement the housing element, and those programs include zoning code amendments. In 2024, the city adopted a set of zoning code amendments as called for by the housing element, included changes to the density bonus ordinance, to the design review process, parking standards, and other topics as well. Two programs in the housing element that were discussed in 2024 are the RM zone amendments and the Capitola Mall amendments. And when those were discussed, the decision was made to postpone action on those amendments until 2025 to give the city additional opportunity for discussion and deliberation of those amendments. Next slide, please. So that brings us to tonight's hearing, where we're looking at the RM zoning, the zoning code amendments to implement the RM zone program. So in the housing element, it's housing element program 1.6, which calls for the city to review the RM zoning, particularly the maximum densities allowed in those areas, and to determine if additional density would facilitate multifamily development in Capitola. And it also calls for the city to look at the development standards in the RM zone to make sure that those are appropriate and sufficient to allow for the densities that are permitted within the RM zone. Next slide, please. This map shows the city's zoning map. The city has 3 RM subzones. There's RML, RMM, and RMH that allow a density of between 10 and 20 dwelling units per acre. And on the map, it's the brown areas that are currently zoned RM with one of those 3 subzones. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned previously, in 2024, the Planning Commission had 3 meetings where it discussed the RM program. And in August of 2024, the Planning Commission directed staff to take a little bit more time to solicit additional public input in 2025 before moving forward with the amendments. So based on that direction, the city hosted a community workshop in February of this year, and the Planning Commission had a study session in March of this year. And then on August 21st, the Planning Commission had a notice public hearing to consider the proposed amendments and adopted a resolution recommending the changes to the RM zone that are before you today. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of what the amendments are. As I mentioned, it's both text amendments to the zoning code and map amendments to the zoning map. So the proposed amendments would create 2 new RM subzones, one that would allow up to 30 dwelling units per acre, RM 30, and a second that would allow up to 40 dwelling units per acre, RM 40. And the amendments would apply these new subzones to 7 areas within Capitola. And these are areas that were identified by the city staff with community input as presenting realistic opportunities to produce additional multifamily housing in Capitola. The proposed amendments also establish development standards within these new subzones to allow for the maximum permitted density and makes a few minor adjustments to development standards in the existing subzones to allow for the densities that are currently permitted. Next slide, please. So here's a map that shows the 7 areas where the proposed rezonings would occur and where the new RM subzones would be applied. There are 7 areas that are distributed throughout Capitola, both in the east and the western portions of the city. Next slide, please. And so, as I mentioned previously, there are new development standards for the RM30 and RM40 subzones that are necessary to achieve the allowed densities in those areas, and a few adjustments to existing development standards in the existing RM subzones related to height, rear setback, and building coverage. One of the things that the housing element required is for the city to evaluate existing development standards and to make sure that they are appropriate to allow for the density that's called for. And so these adjustments to the existing development standards are the result of that analysis. Next slide, please. So one thing that we found to be helpful when we were talking about this with the Planning Commission was to use a specific example of one of the 7 areas to talk through how the existing development standards change. And so we chose 600 Park as our example site because there's a lot of community interest in this particular property. So this is a table that summarizes how the development standards would change. So you can see the density currently is 10 dwelling units per acre is the maximum. And with the rezoning to RM30, that changes to 30 dwelling units per acre. Currently, the allowed height is 30 feet, which you can fit 3 stories in if you really work at it. And the proposed amendments keep that maximum height of 30 feet, but to the top of the plate with the allowance for 6 additional feet to allow for pitched roof forms that would be more in keeping with the Capitola character. In terms of building coverage, there's a slight increase from 50%, from 40% that we determined was necessary to accommodate a density of 30 dwelling units per acre. The amount of shared open space that's required on the site for use by residents remains the same at 15%. There were some additional changes to setbacks, which I'll talk about in the next slide here. So here is an aerial photograph that shows the 600 Park property with the different setback standards, both existing and proposed. So the front setback remains at 15 feet with the ability for the Planning Commission or the final review authority for the project to allow a reduction to that standard if streetscape standards can be met and if it provides for a superior project design overall. In terms of the interior side setbacks, the existing standard is a 7-foot setback on this particular property, which is calculated based on the width of the property. And based on Planning Commission recommendation at their hearing, we've increased that to 10. So increasing the minimum required interior side setback beyond what is currently applicable to that property. And then lastly, with rear setback, the existing code has a standard that's based on the percentage of lot depth, which works fine on a 100-foot deep property, but doesn't work well on a large site such as this. So under the existing code, a 99-foot rear setback would be required, which would obviously pose a constraint to housing production. So we've proposed a rear setback standard that would work better on a large site such as this of 15 feet. So that is a change as well. Next slide, please. So one thing that's important to point out is that in addition to the development standards that are specific to the RM30 and RM40 subzones, the city also has citywide multifamily objective design standards that would apply in the RM zones as well as other locations throughout the city for a residential development project. And one of those standards is a daylight plane standard. So if a property is abutting a residential single-family zoning district, the upper stories need to be stepped back from the first and the second floors of that building. In addition, in the RM40 subzone, which allows up to 4 stories, there is an additional step back required for that 4th story beyond the setback that is required for the 3rd story. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's a summary of the RM zoning code changes. As I mentioned previously, these amendments require a small cleanup with the general plan land use element to change some language to specify that in the RM designation, which is established in the general plan land use map, between 10 and 40 dwelling units is required depending on the zoning classification. So that's necessary for consistency with the housing element, as well as for consistency with the proposed zoning code amendments that are before you tonight. Next slide, please. Okay, so briefly moving to the accessory dwelling units. In 2024, the city adopted amendments to the ADU regulations to update those rules to be consistent with the ever-changing state law on ADUs. And as required by state law, the city submitted that updated ADU ordinance to HCD. HCD provided a comment letter that identified further changes that are needed, in their opinion, to comply with state ADU law. Next slide, please. So based on that comment letter from HCD, we've prepared amendments to the ADU regulations. Most of these changes are non-substantive and simply clarify existing requirements as requested by HCD. There are a few substantive changes I wanted to highlight. First, with historic resources, we've specified that architectural standards for ADUs apply only to city-designated historic resources within the coastal zone. This was necessary based on HCD interpretation of state law. Second, with homeowners associations, we've removed the requirement for an ADU applicant to submit authorization from an HOA for properties that have an HOA. Another request that was, or a change that was requested by HCD, I would note that the city will continue through its building permit process to receive the necessary authorizations from properties that are subject to an HOA. And then lastly, there's been a change to the maximum number of detached ADUs that are allowed on a multifamily property to comply with recent changes to state law. Previously, a detached ADU on a property with existing multifamily units could have up to 2. That was changed. Now all cities in California must allow up to 8 detached ADUs on a multifamily property, not to exceed the number of existing multifamily units on that property. So we've changed the detached ADU for multifamily to be consistent with that. Next slide, please. Okay, so lastly, these amendments are a project under CEQA, but are eligible for exemptions under state law. So cities do not need to, or cities can exempt from CEQA projects that implement a certified housing element, which the zoning code, which the RM zones do, as well as zoning code amendments that implement state ADU law. So these amendments are statutorily exempt under CEQA for those reasons. Slide, please. Okay, so this summarizes staff's recommendation, and there's 4 components to the action here: adopting a resolution for the general plan land use element amendment, introducing the ordinance for the RM zone text and map changes, introducing an ordinance for the ADU amendments, and then lastly, adopting a resolution that's authorizing staff to submit these amendments to the Coastal Commission for ultimate certification as part of an amendment to the city's local coastal program. So with that, that concludes the presentation, and we're happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. I'll open up for questions.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Noble. I was lucky enough to actually be on the Planning Commission for the first 2 hearings that they have. And, you know, we're sort of entering new territory because the state is constantly changing the laws. As was mentioned earlier, the amount of control that a local agency has over development has been diminished quite a bit. And the Planning Commission was sort of walking this fine line of recognizing that we need to go through a process which will allow the development of more new housing, which does require that densities be raised. And when we started this process, we were actually looking at 32 lots in Capitola, about rezoning those. And after working through it, came down to only having 7 lots that we were going to consider raising the density on, because those are properties that, you reasonably could be redeveloped in a way that wouldn't have, I'll say, the worst impact on the community and surrounding areas. And one of the things that we were very concerned about when I was there, and I think has followed through on it, is the impact of, having quite a large structure next to single-family residential areas or single-family homes. And so we looked at, not only does the city have its daylight plane ordinance, which will help, but having setbacks when these projects are built next to R1 lots of, 15 feet. My belief is that for the 4 stories, it's actually still 25 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so my question is, one of the things that we kept was sort of a 15-foot front yard setback. And when I look at a lot of parcels that we were considering, some of them are on, quite busy streets. For me, Park Avenue is sort of a busy street. So it would make sense to me to reduce the 15-foot front setback and perhaps make it 10, 7, I don't know exactly how it would work in each neighborhood, so that we would increase the setback for next to the residential properties. And so I'm assuming with adding in the statement that the Planning Commission has the authority to reduce setbacks, if they were working with a developer, they could actually say to them, we're willing to give you, reduce the front setback by 5 more feet so you can move your building forward to the street. Because, as I said, on some of these streets, they're fairly busy, and I'm not certain that 15 feet, which, you have in traditional single families, would really be areas that would be used for anything other than landscaping. So am I correct that we're building in some flexibility in here to?
Yeah, that was very much the intent when we were looking at these specific areas, that in some cases, a better project design could be achieved by moving the buildings a little bit closer to the front property line, and allowing for buildings to be moved a little bit further away from rear and interior side property lines. So that was the intent behind that particular provision.
And the other thing I was wondering about is, we have sort of lot coverage standards. And so I'm assuming that if a planning commission wanted to try and work with a developer on a project, they could increase the lot coverage, because right now, I think looking at the chart that was in our package, for the 30 units, the lot coverage is 50% of the lot. So if you wanted to reduce that down and lower the height of the building, we haven't given up our ability to do those kinds of changes.
So what you're saying is to increase the
Right, they can
building
ask for a
coverage?
variance from lot coverage to have a bigger footprint, but a lower building.
Yeah, I would say that there's probably multiple pathways available to an applicant to seek an adjustment to that particular standard.
Right. So I just bring up those points because, while we've gotten a lot of letters, basically saying that, we didn't take into account the single family or residential areas around these projects, I think the Planning Commission did work hard to try and come up with solutions that would allow the best possible development under the current state laws and regulations that we would have. So thank you for your answers.
I do have a question. Just looking at the slides, and because I'm not a developer, when you're referencing the daylight plane and there's this lovely little notch, is that, I guess, would that be considered something to use as a balcony, or is that literally just going to be like a part of the house, not a recreational area for those people living there?
That slide up again.
It's number 11. So like where that 45 is that going to be?
Oh, that area?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be a roof area.
Okay.
And the city has rules about the location of second-story decks and balconies. So that's maybe a little bit of a, so that area, if it was abutting a single family, would not be able to be used for a second-story deck or balcony.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I'm sure other people had questions like that. I think that was my only one. Thank you.
Questions over here?
Yeah. I just want to ask, so obviously this has been workshopped a lot. I think there were 9 meetings with planning commissioner in 2024, is that right? There were many meetings about this already. So if we do not move forward with what you've already proposed to HCD, would we risk a lawsuit and possible decertification of our housing element? And what would that mean?
So the housing element does commit the city to complete the RM amendments by the end of this year. And so if the city does not do that, then that opens up the possibility of the housing element being decertified either by HCD or through a court, which then creates vulnerabilities for the city in terms of local control of land use decisions as well as grant funding availability.
And is one of them builder's remedy? And can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so a builder's remedy, if a city doesn't have a certified housing element, a applicant can come in and propose a residential project on any property, regardless of its underlying zoning and general plan designation. And the city must approve it unless certain limiting circumstances apply. So it essentially, builder's remedy opens up the door to residential development of any type in any location for cities that don't have a certified housing element.
Thank you. And do you know the breakdown of the percentage of the RENA units in the east and western portions of the city?
So what I can say is that the majority of the RENA is in the 41st Avenue corridor and that portion of the city. And I think part of the discussion of the RM amendments has to do with fair housing laws and the requirement for cities to affirmatively further fair housing. And really what that means is that there needs to be the opportunity for more affordable housing opportunities in existing higher income, higher resourced areas. So when we were talking about these RM amendments with HCD, they saw that as being a particularly important part of the amendments, and they saw what we were doing as being consistent with the city's fair housing obligations under state law.
Great, thank you. I do have, I think that's it, thank you.
First of all, thank you, Commissioner Westman. You've been absolutely instrumental on the Planning Commission for many years, and your knowledge, I think, definitely helps the city. I also appreciate you sharing about the process that the Planning Commission looked at approximately 32 sites in the city and has come down to 7. Couple questions, and I think this go to, I think some of the questions will help educate our community about some of the challenges and things, mandates that are put on to us by the state. Before I say that, though, a lot of times when a planning commissioner, like I was, or Susan, or County Commissioner Westman is, or when sitting on city council, we ask questions. It's not that we're against housing. And I think sometimes that comes up when people think, oh, you're against housing. I personally live housing challenges with my family. I have 4 daughters. 3 of them couldn't live here in Capitola or the area, or in the Bay Area, and they all had to move out to the Sacramento region. I have one that lives in a village, and she barely feels to live here too. So I sympathize with housing and understand it. So my questions today are not negative towards housing, but I think it's just good to help educate our community about where we are. So could you please provide an overview of how the RENA numbers get assigned to our community here in Capitola? And I mean, from how they get issued down to AMBAG and then how they get assigned to Capitola.
So I can speak to that generally. Director Hurley might want to give more details, but the way it works throughout the state of California is that HCD identifies a number of new housing units that need to be planned for over a planning period, and that those units then get assigned to different regions within the state. And so the region here for Capitola is the AMBAG, is the Regional Planning Agency, and then AMBAG then assigns specific RENA numbers to each jurisdiction based on a methodology that their board approves, and that then gets assigned to each individual jurisdiction. And then there's a process for jurisdictions to appeal or request modifications to those RENA assignments. As you can guess, that many jurisdictions would like to have a lower RENA number, but the number that was assigned to the AMBAG region by the state needs to stay at that total, so there could be no net reduction of the number of units. So if one jurisdiction receives permission to reduce its RENA, there's going to be another jurisdiction that needs to increase its RENA. So usually what happens once a regional planning agency assigns a RENA to individual jurisdictions, despite appeals and requests for changes, those stay as they were assigned. And so that's a high-level description of the process. I think if you want more detail, I'd ask Director Hurley to speak to that.
No, that was great. And the next question is, we have representation on AMBAG. I think Commissioner Westman said she attended a meeting, but we previously, it's on a rotationary basis. A city council person sits on the AMBAG, and when those numbers are distributed out from the Monterey Bay area down to each city, the city has representation of what those numbers, when those numbers come in, to bring that back to the local community, correct?
Yeah, so AMBAG consists of a board of directors with representatives from each individual jurisdiction.
Okay, so I went through the housing element and I pulled out some data that I think is, and please, I think I have it correct, but if I'm wrong, please correct me on it. So when I went through the data and looked at it, Capitola is recorded in the housing element at 1.6 square miles, and it's assigned, our assigned numbers from AMBAG in this last round was 1,336. Our neighboring city of Watsonville is recorded at 6.8 miles size, and their assigned AMBAG housing numbers is 2,053. So 1.6, 1,336, Watsonville 6.8, 2,053. I also looked at thinking that, maybe we get a smaller city that's in the area. And so I looked at Scotts Valley, and it's recorded at 4.6 square miles, and their housing numbers were 1,220. So I was just troubled by that, and I was trying to ascertain and understand how that happens. So I looked a little bit further more into it, and then I looked at another table and reviewed a report about housing population and density, which I thought was another way to look at how can we, when we all live here and it's our community, we look at, is there space for any more? Let's just take them all, peel them all out for a second. Outside of that, how and can we do that? So the table I looked at, and I thought it was amazing what they talked about. And so seeing the housing per square miles, how they break it down, Capitola is at 3,328. But in Santa Cruz County, the city of Santa Cruz is 1,925. So the density here is 3328 in a square mile. My understanding was, and the city of Santa Cruz was 1,025. In Scotts Valley, it was 1,136. And in Watsonville, it was 2,218. Again, Capitola at 3328. So we were the highest number, and we received a very large number of assignment of arena numbers for those things. And so our density number is extremely high. I think when I looked at it, it was higher than Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, the density number for Capitola. So I was wondering if you or Katie could share any light on what that looks like and why those numbers get handed to us like that, and there aren't discrepancies that seem like apparent, but there's other things that go into that on how that really happens.
Thank you. So Capitola is a very dense city. We are the densest in the region, as you've pointed out. When they break up the RENA numbers, they put together a formula. And one of the biggest influences is the affirmatively furthering fair housing, AFFH. And within that, they look to high resource communities, and those are communities in which there's higher incomes and more resources such as parks, medical facilities, schools. And Capitola, we rate very high in terms of having those amenities. And so when they work through the formula, they weren't looking at how many vacant lots we have. That was really a small part of the overall formula. They did not take out the fact that something like a little over, I want to say right around 15% of our land area is state parks, which we cannot develop on. We have no control over. We had to take out any state lands. We've got the DMV here in Capitola as well. It's a state land. It would be a great spot for additional housing, but we had to remove that. So in doing this equation, it's really looking at that AFFH and the resources we have here, and that's a big influence in those numbers. Another influence is fire. That was part of the fire risk. And so communities like Scotts Valley, they rated higher on fire danger, as well as the county of Santa Cruz. So that also, with Capitola, we don't rate as high. There's some high-risk areas towards the highway and Highway 1 at the very edge of Cliffwood Heights. But so those are just some of the factors, but it's really going through that AFFH analysis and why we landed where we did, because we've got very high incomes and we have lots of resources. I will say one thing we asked them to look at was as much as we have really high incomes, we also have a lot of very low incomes in Capitola. We've got really the polar ends. And those numbers for our low incomes were not considered as within that equation. It was one thing that we brought up within our letter to AMBAG to consider, because we've got both ends of that. And we also asked them to consider our state lands as well.
So I think, as we're moving through the whole housing element and everything, and I'm quite sure the city will come up with a website. We have a website with some more data information. I think it'd be important to show that the letter that was sent by the previous council to AMBAG, trying to lay out some of these concerns that we have, and so that the community understands that this has been tried to be addressed, and we have echoed that, because as I talked to you, why don't you just tell them that? So I think it might be good, just as an idea, to share that letter publicly, on a website as one of the attachments. A couple more questions for you. We talked about, spreading out housing. Obviously, we have a great opportunity at the mall with a huge chunk. So if we pulled the mall piece out of the number and the arena number, whatever number we want to use, and we look at, I've never referred to the city as two sides, but if we look at it from one side to the other, how does the housing look like if you peeled off the mall on the way the planning department went about through the process to look to make sure it's kind of distributed amounts across the city?
So without having that directly in front of me, I don't want to represent. But I think if you took out the mall site, we really did try to do more finding places in which to distribute more housing on both sides. It's challenging because we have so much single-family housing on the east side that rather than point out sites, we've gone through a different exercise with updating our code and really talking about just the missing middle and finding new avenues within single-family residential for more duplexes and SB9 development. So also taking a different approach, but it's identifying those opportunities to create more housing within single-family. But it doesn't show up in your site's inventory. But I think the numbers get closer, definitely, as you remove that mall site, but I don't know the exact number and how that.
One of the, I heard from Commissioner Westman when she was talking about planning and some of the challenges there. Did they look at, like, there's a metro hub at the mall, and so we look at housing would be great because there's better transportation in some of those areas. I think that was one of the determining factors also to looked at too, right?
Yes, and that was actually one of the primary focus when we went from the multiple sites, I think 32 down to 7, really making sure that any of the sites that are identified for the multifamily are along corridors where there could be future transportation. And one other item for the arena and the calculation, it's really dependent on jobs. And because Capitola does have the 41st Avenue corridor, that's another reason why we got such a high assignment, is because we have many jobs in Capitola.
Two more questions. I read a lot in the paper and trying to stay up on this housing best I can. And so I think we looked at our neighboring city of Santa Cruz, who's doing a lot of development. I was just wondering, have you done any sort of review with them on the housing that's being built, what their occupancy rates are? I read papers and some articles say there is, it's all filled up. And is that like low income housing, affordable rate that are filled up? And then is that the way to look at it? And then the market rate, how is it trending? And just so we understand when we say there's lack of housing, how's that look in Santa Cruz right now?
Yeah, so we have regular meetings with the different community development directors, and my understanding, because there were a couple of articles that came out earlier in the year, that affordable housing fills up immediately. Right now we've got the Bluffs. We've had so many applications for the Bluffs, and it's a trend that within any jurisdiction, if there's affordable housing, the Housing Authority has a really long list of qualified applicants. And so the first step is those fill up 100%. Occasionally there's vacancies, and it's usually the only time they're vacant is when they're qualifying new individuals to come into those vacant spots. In terms of the market rate units, it is a little bit slower to fill up. There was one of the articles that talks about the regular occupancy for residents within San Francisco is typically 10 to 20 units per month for a building overall, because it takes time to get those leases going and bring in new people. And the trend in Santa Cruz has, I believe, been 12 to 20 per month. The other part of this equation that's really hard to grasp is that the developer, they're not required to disclose any of this. So it's tricky to figure it out. You go onto the sites, you try to figure out how many units are still available, talk to leasing agents, but they're not posting their vacancies. So from the work that Santa Cruz did put into that, it seems like their vacancy for the market rate is filling up as typical within a popular place like San Francisco. So 12 to 20 per month. And so oftentimes, like, they've got examples of like 205 unit buildings that will take over a year to fill.
What low income would fill up? I think the number of the Bluff, they had hundreds of people on a waiting list, right?
Yeah, low income will fill immediately.
Okay. Okay, just one last thing. Next time you meet the Planning Commission, can you please extend a thank you to them? I know it's a lot of hard work that they're doing hearing Commissioner Orbach saying that they had 9 meetings or whatever, 7 meetings that she found, is amazing, and I appreciate what they do. If you could share that with them, we appreciate all the time, and I'll have more comments when we deliberate.
I will do that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, that'll bring it to public comment. Welcome.
Jump right in here. Thank you. Good evening. Hello, my name is Jeff Lee. My family has lived on Wesley Street since 2011, and the backyard shares fence line with the 600 Park Avenue apartments. Currently, we see trees and sky, and our garden gets great natural sunlight, and we love our neighborhood. We've worked very hard over the years, initially to find a home in Capitola, and then to make Wesley Street our family's home. The existing single-story low-rise apartments have been a good neighbor. We're deeply concerned about the negative impacts due to rezoning to 30 dwelling units per acre. First and foremost, 36-foot tall buildings being erected in the backyard and the associated loss of privacy, natural sunlight, views, tree removals, etc. We do understand the somewhat inevitable increase in population density throughout desirable areas in the state and already crowded Capitola, but location selection, scale, and specific rezoning language enacted for the rezoned properties are the critical components city planning must carefully consider because the future of Capitola is at stake. With 600 Park Avenue rezoning as written, the city is failing to protect Capitola from overdevelopment by unfortunately choosing the easiest path forward to quick and inexpensive redevelopment at the direct expense of existing residents and neighbors. The 41st Avenue semi-urban corridor is much better suited for such scale. The following assumed 600 Park Avenue will be rezoned, as the bulldozer is already clearly in motion. We urge city leaders to revise proposed rezoning language to protect single-family homes and neighborhoods from critical impacts of overdevelopment. When essentially rewriting the development rulebook, new regulations can and should be carefully written to not trample the existence of single-family neighbors. Jurisdictions do have some latitude. There is room for win-win solutions. There is room in the language to soften the impacts to single-family neighborhoods while not discouraging development. The city needs to take more time to fine-tune this. Please, at the minimum, include the following revisions to the proposed rezoning language. Number 1, increase the single-family property line setbacks. 10 foot is far too close for large-scale multi-story buildings as proposed. 36-foot tall buildings anywhere near our fence line should not be allowed. This constitutes a major impact to Wesley Street neighbors and similar single-family properties. As written, this would do severe harm to neighboring backyards and dramatically decrease the property values of the existing residents. Also, step apartment building heights down towards single-family property lines with the 2-story maximum for closest apartment units to neighbors and allow 3-story only if necessary towards the middle of the apartment complex. This could work well with the existing grades and topography at 600 Park Avenue, as the middle of the property is lowest in elevation as exists currently. Number 2, provide for mandatory privacy buffer zones with significant trees, hedges, green space, etc. within those setbacks. Existing single-family neighbors shouldn't be forced to spend thousands of dollars attempting to maintain privacy from newly rezoned 36-foot tall buildings.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Council members, my name is Phil Copeland. I'm a retired architect. I would like to address the 600 Park Avenue zoning approval conditions and concerns about the status as it appears to me. I've worked on housing projects in my career, but admittedly none under the parameters presented by the state of California to the cities of this state. My opinion is that applying a set of general formulas to all municipality sites must be measured and even contested if they should present detrimental impacts to the existing conditions. There's a model represented on the internet for the 600 site, which demonstrates an initial concept for the site. It should not be discounted. Look at it. In my opinion, it represents a destructive solution for this city and specifically the surrounding neighborhoods. In my opinion, the problems posed by 600 Park Avenue are best addressed with a site-specific solution. The following are only some of the issues that I would note. Traffic and parking. I have diagrammed for my own understanding what the parking would look like under normal planning requirements. 1-to-1 ratio parking, 204 cars, would be 25% of the site. 1.5-to-1, 305 cars, would use 37% of the site. The zoning setbacks would use another 12%, which brings the site areas used before any units on to 49% of land use. Now we know that this will not happen. So what happens when the impact on the surrounding, what happens to the impact on the surrounding neighborhood with the numbers that must be absorbed by street parking? There are 3 avenues of use for 200 to 300 car influence on traffic: Montgomery Ave through downtown, Bay Ave to the freeway, and Park Avenue to the freeway. A quick read of Nextdoor website will let you know how problematic this is. Side issues. There is a utility easement to the site from which every parcel bordering on Wesley Street is serviced for power and telephone. What will happen to it? And who's at whose expense? If it remains, can it be serviced through a 7-foot setback? I doubt it. The zoning revision diagrams for the vertical measurements use a flat site relationship between the Wesley Street properties and the backyards, Wesley Street property backyards and the 600 Park Avenue site.
Thank you, sir.
That seems to measure any of the project's height requirements.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
My 3 minutes are up?
Yes.
Well, what I've got here is a diagram of what the parking would be under normal circumstances. You're loading up the surrounding neighborhood. I'll leave it here for anybody who wants to look at it.
Welcome.
Good evening again. First, I wanted to thank Councilmember Jensen for your questions earlier, helping to bring this item before us this evening into context a little bit with regards to the city's obligation to affirmatively further fair housing and how we got to where we are now. I was part of the discussions at the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments back in 2022, where the AMBAG was coming up with a methodology where the city ended up with the RENA numbers that it did. And if I recall, about 650 or so homes were allocated to the city because of California's fair housing laws, because Capitola is such a good place to live that has good schools and so much economic opportunity. It also had a similar number of homes that were assigned to it because the city of Capitola has the highest jobs to housing ratio in the county. So there were good planning reasons regionally why the city of Capitola ended up where it did. So I believe this program 1.6 to do facilitate more production of multifamily housing around the city really leans into that obligation to affirmatively further fair housing, and the city has already committed to the program to do so, to encourage more fair housing production through this program by implementing these changes by the end of the year. So, I was actually a little disappointed that the city didn't go further in the scope of the changes, but I think where we've ended up today is a relatively good balance, and I actually support the staff recommendation with, I'll say, a concern about the ADU component of this. There's a letter in your packet from California Housing Defense Fund regarding state ADU law and the requirement for ADU ordinances to have ADUs be processed by right ministerially. I want to make sure that the city's not putting itself into legal trouble by imposing discretionary review that isn't allowed under state law. And if the city can move forward with approving these changes by the end of the year, it won't be subject to the builder's remedy where you could end up with 20 unit condos where a single family home is today through the builder's remedy. So if the city wants more local control, it should move forward by approving these changes by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, sports staff, respected city council members, I really appreciate you guys, some of your comments in protecting the single-family residents. I live on Wesley. My name is Mark Drummond. I live 146 Wesley Street. So I'm going to be highly impacted by what happens on that property next to it. And I do appreciate your comments. I do appreciate you thinking about us, that we don't have some high towers shading those and really affecting Wesley Street and can be a real negative way. Please don't let, if this project goes forward, please do not let a back entrance happen on Orchid Street. I know that's going to be proposed. That would just crush our neighborhood of having people come out and run up and down the street. I know they have to have two entrances on a project probably like that. They may not want to bring both of them out on Park Avenue, but it would crush the neighborhood having that access come out on Orchid Avenue there. I happen to have a little bit of inside information of the amount of occupancies downtown Santa Cruz. It's literally hundreds of units that are not occupied. Yes, all the low income is, but the fire people walking through there and approving all the last minute, there's literally hundreds of units that are not occupied down there. And it comes down to the affordability of projects. Also, we're all dealing with a little bit of a slack in the economy right now. Anyway, affordability is a big thing obviously for all of us. So I couldn't even afford to live in my neighborhood if I had to relive right now. So thank you so much for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome.
So after having participated in almost all of the meetings around the rezoning effort and spending some time researching state law and reading the Capitola housing element, a number of things have become clear. First and foremost, the proposal before the council today is not driven by program 1.6 of the housing element or by state requirements as has been declared by members of the Planning Commission and Department and Council. It is in fact being driven internally by members of our local government, and this was a foregone conclusion before public meetings around this rezoning even began. As acknowledged by the Planning Commission, this is not about affordable housing, given that there is no requirement for affordability, and in fact, redeveloping the proposed sites will result in a significant loss of affordable units. Families will be evicted with nowhere to go and no possibility of returning to Capitola. This is probably the issue that jumps out most to me about this. The Commission and Council and Planning Department keep pushing for this with zero concern for the people that will be displaced. Of course, this proposal also has significantly negative impact on the neighbors of the proposed site as well. The drawing showing that the 3-story, 36-foot building with 7 feet setback from the fence line of a single-story house shows that there will be no possibility of privacy and no possibility of being able to relax in the homes we've all worked very hard to acquire, maintain, and improve. This, coupled with the fact that the people will be losing their homes, is completely offensive to me. In fact, it feels hostile. With regard to zoning, Program 1.6 simply states, review and revise as appropriate requirements to ensure they are necessary and pertinent. It does not state you shall rezone to incentivize redevelopment, even if it means people will lose their homes, or even if the quality of life of the surrounding neighbors will be ruined. That is not appropriate, and people's need to remain housed and to expect a reasonable quality of life in their homes is necessary and pertinent. Further, there's no documented, signed letter from the state requiring this as well. Just the usual, warning, we have to do this or we're going to lose certification. This level of rezoning with this much impact is not being driven by the state. Again, it's being driven by our local government. So as I said, I've been doing some research, and I don't believe we're powerless, but fighting won't be easy. Even so, I'm committed to fighting. I believe there's cause for litigation if this moves forward, and I will do my part to make that happen.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Lizzie, and I live at 113 Wesley Street, so I'm right behind the 600 Park proposed increase in size. And I recognize that I'm one of the lucky ones, and I'm really grateful to have this space. It is my primary investment, and it's most of our savings. So I'm coming as a concerned member. I want to grow my family in Capitola, and I also see the value of growing Capitola as well as housing. But I do see a severe impact from insufficient setbacks and excessive height. We won't have privacy, as many have mentioned. We won't have the sunlight that we're so used to, and we won't retain the character of the neighborhood. So I'm trying to ask or have some proposals in mind. Consider requiring the privacy buffers and having the developers own that monetary burden, as that would be pretty expensive for at least me. And then also an ask to have increased setbacks. What I saw on the slide was that interior side B is only 10 feet, but given where we are in the housing, maybe with Westman, your recommendation, we can set that back a little bit so that we can have a little bit more space, more sunlight, and not the direct looking into our homes. And finally, on that front, tiered height limits, which we had talked about, but I think that Jeff recommended having it be more like tailored and having the interior of the housing be the higher houses. I also just wanted to bring up the inadequate environmental infrastructure review. I think that we should assess further impacts to local wildlife, to infrastructure and capacity for roads, our sewage, our water and parking, and geological stability. That was brought up also as part of the Capitola Mall stuff that got brought up. And then finally, I just wanted to ask how the Capitola Mall can't serve some of this density requirement and meet those commercial goals. And that somebody else said realistic development at scale. It seems more realistic for the development at scale. Can we meet our RM amendments with Capitola Mall area? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hey, Joe. Council members, thank you for having us. My name is Omar Echeverria. I was born and raised in Santa Cruz County. 7 years ago, my wife and I bought our home at 710 Orchid Avenue, where we're now raising our 3 kids. I'm also the surf coach at the New Brighton Middle School, and my wife owns a business on Capitola Avenue. We represent what economists call the new home formation. That means that nearly all of our income goes directly back into local economy. We've already spent over $155,000 in property taxes and spent over $1 million at local businesses and stores since we moved to Capitola. Families like ours are the backbone of Capitola, and I don't want you to forget that. That's why I'm speaking out against the plan to rezone areas for 600 Park Avenue. Our cul-de-sac is just one area that'll be negatively affected by this project, allowing vehicles to access this proposed development. This cul-de-sac is where our kids and many other neighborhood kids play safely every day and access our local New Brighton Middle School. Turning it into a through street for a major apartment complex brings more traffic, more danger, and a huge change to the character of our Capitola neighborhood. Definitely not keeping Capitola, in my opinion. This proposed 4-story building would be a massive out-of-place structure. It would block views of Cliffwood Heights, reduce privacy, and overlook the school that my children attend. And I don't feel comfortable with that at all. It simply doesn't belong in Capitola. We've heard We've heard this project is about affordable housing, but the truth is it's only adding a small amount of low-income units, while the rest will most likely be high-priced units similar to other developments that we just spoke about. This isn't a real solution to our housing crisis. It's an overbuilt project that risks the safety and the souls of our long-standing neighborhood. We're not against housing. We're not against smart, balanced, but we want community-first development. I think that's so important. Please consider the families who already live here, who pay taxes here, raise their children here, and care deeply about Capitola's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Andrew Wolf. I live just down the street from Omar and Jackie at 817 Orchid, and I've been learning a lot tonight. I'm nowhere near as prepared or nowhere near as much of an expert as we've heard tonight on housing issues. So I've come here to learn a lot. One of the things that I saw earlier on, which was really helpful through the different zonings, was seeing the different ways that we're trying to approach this solution. We know that housing is an issue across the board, whether it's market rates, whether it's all the way down to low income housing. And there was I think about 6 different zones that we were looking at. 600 Park is certainly one of them. But what struck me most was in those different zones, they were all very different in terms of their surrounding areas. The 600 Park specifically is surrounded by houses, by single family houses, by a community. There was one other that looked similar to that, and the others looked very different. Now, no matter what, housing, larger housing, higher housing, or dense housing is going to have to go somewhere, and it's definitely going to have neighbors. I would echo a lot of the sentiments that have been talked about, is that planning with those communities on a site-specific approach is definitely the right way to go, especially when you're talking about housing and dense housing right next to single-family houses. And that's very different in 600 than it is in about 3 or 4 other different areas, and especially the mall as well. It's listening to those experts and listening to those who have been incredibly well prepared. Thank you, Councilman Jensen, for talking about the density and doing the kind of research that we need around where Capitola stands across different cities as well. I think that that's incredibly helpful to hear this, to understand that, I mean, especially in our neighborhood, that kind of the parking that's going to be affected. My daughter, who's 7.5, who grew up on this street from day one, and it plays with a lot of the kids, especially Omar's 3 kids as well, through this, and learn to ride her bike through this. It's going to absolutely very much change if we allow access and a lot more dense. Not saying no housing, it's definitely listen to and understand what site specifically we're talking about and work with the community on a site-specific area and solutions that work there. Thanks for the time. Thanks for listening. Thanks for all the research. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Carla Villarreal, and I live on Orchid, the Court area. And I'm listening to a lot of my neighbors who live on Wesley, and I know how 600 Park Avenue, if this development were to take place, would truly change their lives, their property value, their privacy. Myself as well. I mean, I live on the Court, and if we're going to have increased traffic, more people parking in our neighborhood. One of the reasons we chose Cliffwood Heights when we did 22 years ago is so our children would have a safe place to play, like the traditional neighborhood where you could ride your bike in the streets, you got sidewalks, you're not worrying about lots of cars, lots of people. A lot of kids, like they were saying, they play in the court. And I'm not only just thinking about my neighbors on Wesley and myself and homeowners or renters, but I'm also thinking about the families that live at 600 Park Avenue. Many that have been there a good 20 years, got to know their kids are grown up. And it was affordable housing for them that had a green area, that wasn't dense, that fits the neighborhood. And I'd hate for that to be lost. I know it wasn't built by a famous mid-century architect, but I truly feel it's a gem. It's a beautiful, if you've ever been in those units, I don't know if you have, they're really just an amazing, like a really nice place for people to live who can't afford a home, who need to rent, but want their children to have space. And I echo what a lot of people said. Just, we need to really think about the neighborhood and preserving these less dense spaces in Capitola. Because I can remember as a little girl, maybe 3 or 4 years old, and there was nothing on 41st Avenue. And then one day my parents took me because it was the opening of B of A and I believe Sears. There was nothing else. It was the middle of nowhere. And Capitola has just become so dense. Anyways, I'm really tired and I'm going to stop speaking, but please listen to all that you've heard.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Tiffany, and I get really nervous when I speak in front of people. So I'm probably just going to read what I wrote down. But I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I feel like as elected council that you have a duty to protect the nature of our coastal community. And I know while you're trying to meet the state mandate and you say you're between a rock and a hard spot, you aren't really, because there are other places that you could increase density that isn't right across the street from the ocean. 600 Park Avenue is literally right across the street from the ocean in a known bald eagle habitat and in the coastal zone. So maybe you'll have a CEQA exemption, but you'll still have to comply with the Coastal Act. I mean, I can't even believe that we're having this conversation, given, again, that it's right across the street from the ocean. Why aren't you taking steps to protect this sensitive area in the front, at the beginning, instead of trying to protect it after you've already passed high-density housing in that area? Because once you allow increased development, you can't turn back the clock. One of the options isn't so close to the ocean and sensitive habitat is the parking lot that the city paved. You took away affordable housing and turned that into a parking lot. Why don't you put that back on the agenda and create residential housing in that parking lot instead of right across from the ocean? If Capitola needs more housing, bring that residential area back. Don't pave the way for rich developers to come in and destroy Capitola's coastal communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mary Margulies, and I've spoken at these meetings multiple times. And each time I do start out with the families that are currently living at 600 Park Ave. There are 80 units there right now, and 1.6, rezoning to 30, does not mean that you have to keep 80 units, which are now 100% affordable. What you'll do, not you, but what you're saying we can do is take a lot that's roughly between 6 and 7 acres and multiply that by 3, so you get 240 units. I believe you only have to have 20% to be affordable, which is now 48 units, right? Math, that's what I do all day. That's correct, okay? That is not 100% affordable anymore. You've just lost units that were affordable. Now, I have heard the council say before, oh, well, the state has something that lets us move things around. But that is not morally correct to kick people out of their houses because you want to build more. I expect more from my government, my local government, who is comprised of our residents. Who is protecting them? Yes, I live on Wesley. Yes, I'm going to get impacted. But we're coming here saying, what are you going to do? You're going to build 3 stories? Why didn't we go to the state with just doubling it? A 2-story is what I can build. Why did we jump to 30? Why? Why not be more reasonable and say, 25? Because really right now it's 12, right? So doubling a little bit more would be 25. And it's not unreasonable to have a 2-story in your backyard because my neighbors can build that. Why wasn't that looked at? Okay, another thing. So I mentioned this at the other meeting. There are 2 areas in Capitola that are never looked at for affordable housing: the Village and Depot Hill. I question why that keeps happening. I do look to see where people live. It is disclosed where planning commissioners live, where the commissioners live. There is no one from Cliffwood Heights in our government. No one is looking after us. No one. Why not Depot Hill? Why not buy Monarch Cove and turn it into affordable units? Why not clear this building and turn this into affordable units and go move the offices into 41st Ave, into the mall? You're going to plan on doing the mall? There's some outer box thinking. What about little houses? What about putting little houses on 60 Park Avenue where you don't have to build tall? These are the kind of things I want to see from my government. I want you to come up with some out of box thinking, not me. I'm tired from teaching all day.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I live on 46th Avenue over 25 years. We moved here because this is a historical beach town. It's a world destination, and has beach homes. What we're seeing here at the end of our street on the bluffs is, and what I'm hearing about these 3- and 4-story buildings in our neighborhoods, it kind of feels like the movie Up, where everything gets built up around us. We lose our identities of what we're at, this historical town, and all of a sudden we're surrounded by a place that we don't recognize or want to be around. We do have the mall, which is a great opportunity for building housing based on the state mandate. From what I've heard tonight, I've learned a lot. We need 1,300 units. From what I saw, there's a potential building 1,700. So why are we extending this into our neighborhoods if we have the ability to address this impact and this requirement in more retail, more industrial, in that corridor? Right now, what we're living with on 46th Avenue is an inability to get out of our street onto Capitola Road because of the traffic. And if we go down to Claire's and try and get on to 41st, we can sit there for light after light after light and not able to get onto the road because traffic gets blocked on the intersection and can't go. Unless there's another lane that gets on the overpass of 46, I don't see or 41st overpass, I don't see how that changes. The idea of retail creating more traffic than housing, it's another idea to me that's beneficial for putting all of that burden in that mall instead of spreading it into our neighborhoods. The same I would echo from everybody, these high rises next to these single family homes, we lose our light, we lose our trees, we lose our ability to know our neighbors that we are all so closely tight and knit with. We don't have that anymore if we're building in these ways. Let's try and build smart
in areas that doesn't have these kind of impacts on our historical beach town that we want to come towards, that everybody wants to be here. We worked our butts off to be able to live here. I don't think it's right for everybody just to come in and take over and change what we've all lived here for our entire lives. And now we're having to look at leaving just because of a mandate that we're hearing is imposed, and this is how we're looking at achieving this goal. It seems like there's a better way to do this and impacting all of us, the seniors on the streets that are trying to stay here. Even though our kids can't live here, it's a goal. We understand this is a destination after a life of hard work.
Thank you. Welcome.
And thank you all for your time and your creativity. I appreciate it. I'm Laura Peduto. I'm a homeowner educator for 30 years, and I live in the Villas of Capitola on 44th and Grace. We see all the buildings of Capitola, the building up of Capitola around us, and we hear the fear of existing homeowners being put out of their homes. My question is, what's going to happen if you're going to build in an where existing homes are? What happens to the residents? I never heard anything about that. One thing I wanted to mention was that the RM zoning change, I added up all the 7 areas that we were talking about where 300 people live on those 7 areas. You're promoting a change that will increase that to 1,000 people to live in those 7 areas. Those 7 areas are 26 acres. My question of thought is perhaps we can just absorb that into the mall and have those people live in the mall area with the 1,700, because then that would be an increase of another 1,000. And the impact from RM 10 to 30 on our resources will be dramatic. So possibly consider leaving the housing that are already there and choose vacant areas to build, because I saw many vacant areas on the map that you sent, and limit the zoning heights of the building to fit into the aesthetics and character of our Capitola, why we love it so much. And thank you so very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name's Melody. I live on 44th Avenue. I spoke at the last city council meeting. I appreciate you guys today. And I so much appreciate, Jensen, the work that you did to find out about the different densities for the different cities in this area. I didn't know about that. I'm living across from the construction zone right now, and I've had lots and lots of issues. And I've actually had to call the police on it. And from harassment. And then what I did the other day was I thought, I'm just going to walk my neighborhood. So I went across the way and I walked on 46th Avenue and I knocked on everybody's door. And I said, how is it affecting you here? One of the gals said she's being harassed by a guy at the truck. He's pushing her car out. She's trying to park in front of her house. I heard complaint after complaint. I moved here 25 years ago because Capitola was 95% built out. That's why I moved into this community and raised my kids. And now the density that you're putting on top of what we were at 95% built out is just going to be unsustainable. It's going to be unsustainable for one reason, for parking. Parking is already an issue on my street. The 2 buildings that you have on this public notice, which is 17, 35, 46, and 44th, already you have 80-some units across the street from me, and you have just about the same amount of parking spaces. So if you actually decide to go from RM10 to RM30 or RM40, what are you going to do about parking? Because they're already parking on the street in front of me. They already are 1 or 2 people per household. I looked up to see exactly how many people in Capitola have cars, and there's actually a really nice little, it averages, I don't see it, sorry, it averages like 30 to 40% have one car, 30 to 40% have two cars, 3.4% have no cars. I mean, it's really low for the amount of people that don't have cars. And when you're talking about people taking public transportation, like buses, if you're elderly, you can't, and if you have a handicap, you have a heck of a time getting to a bus station. So you're really not taking into consideration the mix of the population of the people that live there. The fact that everybody has cars. Right now, my street's loaded at night from the Capitola Gardens, and it's going to get even more loaded when the Capitola Bluffs fills up, because you have one parking space per unit and they're multi. So we need parking studies. We need safety studies. It's really important for the police to be able to get in and out and the fire to get in and out. Amazon does deliveries. I was an occupational therapist for visiting nurses, and I tried to park in these high-density places to go in and service my patients, and it was really hard. So if you're going to serve the people of Capitola, you have to do parking. You have to do, I would say parking. You have to do phased housing plans. And
Thank you.
studies. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Kieran Horn. I'm a fourth-generation property owner here in Capitola. And I'd like to thank all the city council members for your service, not just tonight, but in general. It seems like lately these meetings haven't been as peaceful as we'd like. And surprised there's not as many people here, but I guess we're not discussing the trail tonight. I appreciate, the position you guys are in, and I don't believe you're, here to make decisions in your own best interest. That you do believe in the, trying to think of the people of Capitola, and I think your guys' service is important. We need people to want to be in government, so I think people need to respect and appreciate your guys' time and effort you do to support our community. So thank you. Saying that, I think Councilmember Jensen brought up just very strong points of the density of our city, and the methodology that our state has enforced is illogical. And I request you guys to take any kind of legal action you can take to see what we can do to maintain our city. We're all very fortunate to live in the city. But for many of the families, especially the families that live in Cliffwood Heights, my neighbors, they're not living in luxury. It's hard work, having a family today, being able to support and live, and with inflation and raising kids, and people have worked hard for the homes that they have, and you're going to disrupt that, not you personally, but if this happens. So my main request is to pursue all avenues, pursue all options. What can we do at Capitola Mall, which is a property that's much more suitable for housing, more parking? The parking is going to be an issue in that neighborhood. So I appreciate you guys considering the people of Cliffwood Heights, looking at all opportunities and different ways to make things work, not just accept what the state has passed on to you, because the methodology is obviously flawed. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, Council. My name's Jennifer. I live on 46th Avenue. I hear a lot of Park Avenue people out there. So I'm on 46th, where there are two proposed zoning changes. Well, actually, zoning changes for two properties, increasing them to RM30 and to RM40 on this one street. I think it's very interesting because one of the council members came by one day and was saying, I didn't realize how compact or how dense this place is on 46th Avenue. There's, 5 condominiums, 5 apartment buildings. There's tons of people living along that street, and increasing the number of units almost to 200 units that are to the existing 300 units is just, it seems a little it's just overwhelming to see how that's going to work for my community and for my neighborhood. And so I just ask that you would just reconsider to not adopt the proposed zoning changes specifically for the Capitola Gardens and for the Aptos Hill Apartments, or Aptos Tower Apartments, excuse me. I ask that you would consider reducing those densities to more reasonable for this very highly dense neighborhood. We've lived there for 54 years, and I got to tell you, I know we've seen a lot of changes, but 3-story buildings, across the street from our house, which basically I don't know if there actually are any, setbacks that are required for anybody that lives across the street, which is not that much farther away. So it's just like, oh my goodness, it's hard to think of. But I just would ask that you would make those changes and get us going on a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, we'll bring it back to council deliberation and discussion. But before that, I do have a question for Mr. Noble or Katie. My question would be, if we were to remove 600 Park from the rezoning, would we still meet our RENA? And what would CHD implications be? Or
Okay, thank you. So if we were to remove 600 Park, would we meet our RENA number? The answer to that is yes. Our RENA number, we do not include 600 Park as one of the sites within our sites inventory. So this is separate from the RENA numbers. Second question, what would this mean in terms of the state housing and community development? And HCD is the review authority of our housing element. When you saw the early on slides about the history of this project, we were inactive from March until August because we were working through with HCD whether or not what we were already proposing was legal or not legal. So if the council were to make changes there, I would suggest maybe looking at either applying different development standards or going to a different density, but I would not suggest removing. I think those sites were included because they meet certain criteria that we looked at. But if you were to go towards that direction, I would suggest probably going to both the 600 site and the Capitola Garden sites. They're currently at 12 units per acre. That's what's developed on those sites. So any change, I would recommend changing the density level rather than removing it in its entirety if you were to head that direction.
thank you.
Ask one question.
Absolutely.
We hear a lot about that, for example, on the 600 Park Avenue, there are low-income people living there now. And that if something is developed there, then those low-income people just lose the ability to live in an affordable unit. What happens if, say, a developer wanted to develop 600 Park Avenue to the people who are currently living there who are low income?
Thank you. So we recently updated our code and there's a lot of state law around this. So I'm going to look to Layla to respond to this question. Oh, but you're on mute, Layla, sorry. We can't. Oh, it might be. We're checking the input on our side. Okay, let's try again. No. Okay. So, we'll have Ben speak to this one.
Perhaps as we're working to sort out the audio issues, at a high level, under state law, there are protected units that if they are eliminated through a redevelopment project, they need to be replaced. And those protected units include units that are affordable or that are deed restricted affordable to a lower income household. It even includes units that are occupied by households that are defined that meet the lower income household affordability limits, in addition to units that are deed restricted. So the short answer is that any of these protected units that were to be eliminated through a redevelopment project that are affordable or occupied by lower income households would need to be replaced by any new development. And so that then becomes a very important consideration in the feasibility of development standards, understanding that protected units need to be replaced and will affect the economic feasibility of any development on that site.
So in layman's terms, in simple terms, if Park Avenue has 60 low-income families living in those units, if a developer came in and wanted to do a project, he would have to replace those 60 low-income units in his project or elsewhere, but they would have to be replaced in addition to what would be the city's requirement for affordability units being built.
Correct.
Just a clarification on that. We're talking about units, I think. What about people? So when we're talking about the people, is it the people that are going to have a place to, so
It's my understanding they would get those units. There's some sort of temporary displacement for them, but they would have, their expenses would have to be covered, and they would get those units to occupy again.
they would move out, construction in a year, they would come back in. And so if there's, whatever, 20 people that are going to move out, 20 people move back in, those are the first 20 that would fill up those units? Is that how it sounds?
I mean, I'm not a housing expert, but that's my understanding that, because I want people to understand, because I think it's very important. We do have low-income people living in our community. In fact, I think about 50% of our population's considered low income. And one of the last things we would want to do is displace all of those people so a developer would come in with a new project. So there are mechanisms in place for protecting those people who are currently there. It's not like they just get told to move.
Excuse me, we're not in dialogue right now with the questions. I'm sorry too. Excuse me. We're trying to get through this, sir. Thank you.
I am not an expert in housing law. I do know that there are state laws that require the replace, if we have low-income units and those units are taken away by a new development, those units have to be provided to the people who are currently living there. It's a way to protect the low-income families that are currently living in low-income units. And evidently we have some technical difficulties, so the lawyers can't explain it, but that's my understanding from, a layman's term, that there are protections in that, because I think it's important to know the answer to that question.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're going to follow the order. Excuse me. We need to stay in order. Thank you.
So are we moving? Okay.
I have many questions. Are we waiting for the question? Is Layla going to be able?
While we wait for that, Katie, I do have a question. There was a speaker earlier talking about our non-compliance with our ADU ordinance. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, so there was a letter that we received about the ADU ordinance. The letter stated that the provision that allows for the city to require discretionary review for certain types of ADUs doesn't comply with state law. That was what the letter said. We and HCD have a different interpretation of state law. So with ADUs, state law says that the city must approve through a ministerial process certain types of ADUs, such as a detached ADU that's either 16 or 18 feet in height. And the question then becomes, well, can the city allow for an ADU that's 20 feet or 22 feet in height, but subject that to a discretionary process? And our interpretation of the law and HCD's interpretation of the law is yes, the city can, as long as these baseline units at 16 or 18 feet of height are allowed through the ministerial by right process. So the proposed ADU ordinance amendments that are before you tonight are consistent with the feedback that we've gotten from HCD on the subject, as well as our legal advice from the city attorney's office.
So just some of the questions I heard tonight from the community, I think it's just great to be able to go through them, and maybe we've heard the answer, but just to clarify the answer. I think first thing is, can you, you guys review the stance that the state has on parking requirements on projects like at 600 Park? I was just using one, and thank you.
I'm not quite clear on the question. Could you?
So what are the requirements for parking requirements for a project like at 600 Park?
Okay. So a project like 600 Park, historically we required, I think, 2.5 spaces per unit. In our recent updates to remove barriers to housing, that was decreased to 2 units. So before it was also acknowledging guest parking as well. So it's now down to 2 units per unit, 2 spaces per unit.
And if a project is affordable housing, what happens to the parking requirements for the state?
So for affordable housing, there would be, if it were a regular development with deed restricted units that are part of our inclusionary ordinance, they would also be required to provide 2 parking spaces. If it were a density bonus application through the state, that the developer has the ability to apply for concessions and waivers to development standards, including parking. And on the Bluff site, we're down to like 1 parking space per unit.
Excuse me.
So taking the Bluff Park project just for a conversation, if I recall that project when it first came in, they did meet all the requirements and there was going to be 0 parking. Wasn't it at the first blush of the project coming in, and that the city worked with the developer on adding more parking, or am I incorrect on that?
I would have to go back and look at the first application for that. I don't recall seeing, I don't recall.
I thought I recall that at one time the project was designed with minimal parking, if hardly any, because they met the requirements to ask for the concessions, and that with the city staff working with them, even though we might not think 30 spots are ideal, but they're.
I recall that being accurate from my review with Brian when the project first came in, and then it was revised to have some parking, because initially it had no parking.
I think all I was trying to point out is that there are state requirements or conditions that the state's putting on cities that there can be projects that have no parking. And I was just, if I recall correctly, I appreciate the staff's direction at that time and try to work with the developer to at least have adequate, at least 30 parking, which is better than 0. One of the questions that came up, and I was just wondering, it seems like when we talked about the RENA numbers earlier, the reason why Capitola was assigned them was because we have all these opportunities for jobs. And I guess a lot of those opportunities for jobs were based around the mall. If the mall gets developed into mostly housing, for example, and the job numbers come down, would that be something that gets re-looked at in the next time with the arena numbers? Because the opportunity for jobs could possibly decrease?
Possibly, yeah. If the jobs to housing ratio changes, that would be factored into that formula if they utilize the same formula.
Next question I heard today on, and it seems like there's lots of questions around parks, so I don't want to be just talking about that specifically, but with additional entrances, you know, if the project was looked at being redesigned, is that potentially something that could happen? Or is a project, when it comes forward and it goes through a new process of development, it has to stay with no impact or changing of traffic flows through a community neighborhood with a different egress or exiting strategy out of it?
So for each project, the applicant will come in with their proposal, and then from there we'll review it. And usually when we're talking about egress and circulation, we work really closely with our fire department as well, the central fire. So it's hard to say, but we would work, like try to get ahead of that, knowing the concerns that exist.
All right. We heard a lot about like if we don't stay on task and there's builder's remedy. Can you just not to be dramatic, but tell us what builder's remedy really looks like in Capitola for a project? And let's not pick any of the ones that we talked about today, but let's just pick a neutral site somewhere and say, what, if there's builder's remedy, what could that be?
So with builder's remedy, as Ben explained earlier, that could happen on any site, anywhere in Capitola. So if we first, I think your first question was about the HCD and what that looks like in terms of if we were out of compliance.
If we're out of compliance and there was builder's remedy, what, just so everybody understands, what does that really mean to a piece of property in Capitola? What could that look like?
Yeah, they would, the property owner would have by right approval for a development on their site. So you could pick any site in Capitola. It could be the Sears building, which is commercial. It could be a residence within the village, and they would have the right to develop that as housing.
And sorry to push you, but what does that look like? 30 feet tall, 10 feet tall? I mean, when it says builder's remedy, what is that?
It can definitely go beyond the development standards. So your zoning code is out the window, and they can propose to go bigger and at greater heights, less parking, less open space on the site. It's really whatever they can provide. So,
Sounds like
and
an area.
correct me if anything.
Sounds like an area we don't want to get to.
It's not a place we want to be. So.
Perfect, thank you. One question, and my last question, sorry. So right now, what are the numbers for 600 Park that right now in its present use?
Yeah, right now there's 12 dwelling units per acre.
And acres are?
43,000 square feet.
No, I'm sorry, 43,280.
Yeah.
But anyways, how many units are there now? How many acres is it? Is it 6?
Oh, it's 7.
I'm just trying to understand how many
I think
units.
it's 6.8 acres.
I'm just trying to understand how many units are there now and what's being proposed just in total, in real numbers back and forth.
I'm guessing 6.8. I think that's what I recall.
So 6.8 times 12, 76, something like that. I was just trying, I'm sorry to be labored, I'm just trying to understand tonight the exact numbers. And what
80 units.
80 units is there presently right now?
Correct.
And we're proposing it could get to?
30 dwelling units per acre at 6.8.
That's 180?
Yeah. 204?
Sorry. It's getting late. And so that's increased to 120. Okay. And then just a follow-up, if it stayed the same, that doesn't kick us into issues with our housing element. I mean, if we kept it the same what it is today from a zoning standpoint.
If you were to leave it as it is today and remove it from this multifamily proposal? Is that the question?
Not remove it, keep it the same.
Oh, keep it the same. I think we would probably get questions from the state and they would take a much finer look at that site and what we're proposing and why. So they would want an explanation. So I don't, I don't know what the outcome of that review would be, but it could be worse than, what we're proposing tonight with the 30 dwelling units. The state could review that and say, well, actually, in order to make that economically feasible, similar to what we had happen at the mall, you need additional height, you need, they could go to the extreme and it could end up in a situation where the state tells us the density should be higher and the height should be higher.
All right, thank you.
Again, this is the state telling us what we have to do. And it's really discouraging for all of us because it's out of our control. I think if people want to complain, then we need to look at what's going on with the state, our governor. Not to start talking about politics here, but we hear you guys, we hear the frustration. We're just trying to get there, making it good for all of us. So please bear with us.
I did want to clarify one item that we discussed before. I've been communicating with Layla. So if 600 Park were to be demolished and of the 80 units, 60 of the units within, we'll just pretend 60 of the unit households are low income, the developer would have to provide first right of refusal to those 60 low income to fulfill, and they would have to produce 60 low income units for those 60 families. So they would be protected under the state laws. And in total, they couldn't just build 60 back. They're required, there's a no net loss provision, and they would be required to build all 80 units back.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I think I have a couple questions, if that's okay. So, we're looking at the changes of these RMs, and so like going from 10 to 40, things like that, to maintain some of our progress with the numbers that we've come up with for the state, if we do less of a jump on these projects, is that going to totally demolish this like rezoning process that we're in? Or is this like, because, if we're moving forward in this direction anyway, it does seem like some of these points are a little exorbitant. And so I just want to understand better I don't want to just look at Park Avenue because I know we're talking about many sites, but it's on the tip of our tongue. So for Park Avenue, if it's going from 10 to 30, what if we're doing RM 10 to 20? How does that reduction affect us, or is it going to negatively impact, or are we going to be restudied and things like that? Like, where's our wiggle room there?
I would anticipate that a letter would be submitted to the HCD and it would be reanalyzed. So, and then the way it works is we don't have to get this certified by the state at this point. Like, this is our ordinance. We're trying to fulfill our housing element obligations. But if they receive a complaint, they do have a new group within HCD that they follow up on complaints and make sure there's compliance. And so if they found an issue there, then that's when our housing element could be called into question. Typically, HCD is doing these reviews to ensure that cities are following through with their obligations about halfway through your housing cycle. So we're just right now we're in year 2, and I believe that most likely, if there were any action to be taken, it would be taken in about a year from HCD. Because I know they're on once you're 3 years in is usually when they're doing this code or enforcing and reviewing updates. So. Also, we have our annual progress report that we have to report on. So we would report what we've done to date. So.
Okay, so along that same question, the ideas that Councilwoman Westman brought up about maybe switching the setbacks and things like that, that's a possibility, and it wouldn't necessarily negatively affect.
For the setbacks?
Yeah.
Yep, that is definitely a possibility, and that.
Okay, and then, okay, thank you.
Any further deliberation?
I have some comments to make. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. I know this is hard for you all. Change is hard. I think change is really hard, but it's also inevitable. I think as leaders, we have to make hard decisions on behalf of the city and our residents. Our planning commissioners, Commissioner Hughes in the House, Councilmember Jensen and Councilmember Westman, they worked really hard in multiple meetings to come up with these rezoning recommendations. We have to balance the needs of our community while also complying with the state law. One of the key components to our housing element is equitable distribution of units throughout the city. We cannot put all our eggs in one basket and apply all of the housing needs at the mall. I want to reiterate that just because a parcel is rezoned, it does not mean that it will be redeveloped, that there's a redevelopment project that's happening. We cannot force property owners to redevelop, but we are responsible to put in conditions that may incentivize redevelopment, which is a requirement of our housing element. I know it's hard to hear, but housing is needed everywhere. I think I agree. Oh, it's coming around my house, I know, because I live right by the mall. But Councilmember Westman pointed out, perhaps we can take a look at the setbacks again, but I'm ready to move the recommended action.
Any other comment?
No, I was going to say, this has been a very tough process that for me personally, I've been involved in over a year, having been on the Planning Commission before. And I think it is hard for the community to understand what the state of California has done to us. And I know that you don't like that explanation, but it is a balancing act, because if builder's remedy comes, there could be a 7-story building on Park Avenue. And, I don't think that that's something that we want to see happen in our community. We're trying to balance what we need to do, balance what the state requires us to do. And, I think a lot of thought and consideration went into protecting the sites, selecting these particular sites.
Excuse me.
Okay, so can we, so I'm wondering if, well, I don't know if I can do this, but I want to see if we are able to, within your motion, state the setbacks and possibly height restrictions.
Especially in the residential area.
Right.
So what you're proposing is step back restrictions or height restrictions?
Both. So, okay. So if we flip, at least this is the thing where, I feel like we're focusing on one parcel here, but.
I think there are 2 parcels in the RM30. So are we talking about just 600, or are you talking about the other RM30 parcel as well? Because we have to clarify that.
Would it be helpful if we pulled up the slide with the development standards on it for, Rosie, when you have a moment, if you could pull up the proposed RM standards slide. I think it's slide 12. is that from? Well, it's a table. It's a table with some red lines. I think if you want to buy it. Go back one more, maybe. Is it that? Sorry, go forward to that one? No. Oh. Is that easy enough? Or if you have access to the previous planning commission packet or presentation, I mean, yep, it's that, it's slide 12 in the planning commission packet or presentation. It's getting late. I'm misstating.
I'd like to make mention that there's quite a few things that they would like for us to approve. Maybe we can go item by item. There's
So this is the slide that shows all the changes within the different zones, or the development standards.
The next slide has some additional. Those are the proposed development standards for the RM.
So would you like to discuss height first? And then setbacks? So here, go ahead. For heights, you can see within the RM 10, 15, and 20, and 30, the height limit is 30 feet. And as we mentioned, there's some variation there to allow for pitched roofs with an extra 6 feet. And then when you get to the RM 40, the height limit is 40 feet. So
there's only one parcel zoned RM 40.
two. And then for setbacks, I'm gonna, Ben, let you.
So these are the proposed setback standards. And
I guess I'm having a really hard time understanding why we're passing these standards when we're focused on there's 7 different things that we're passing it for. So if these are the standards and it's just going to be a blanket standard on all these spaces, like that doesn't really make sense to me.
So the 7 items we're looking at tonight, 5 of them are for the RM 30.
Yeah.
And 2 are for the RM 40. So the standards for RM 30 would apply to those 5 sites with the 30 feet of height and then the setbacks that are shown here. And for the RM 40, the 2 sites, they would get to go to the extra height limit of 40, and they would have less of, or a greater building pad area that they could have their buildings on.
So currently, the existing height at 600 Park Avenue could be 30 feet.
That's correct.
And it's going to stay 30 feet.
That's correct.
Except for the extra 6 feet, which someone could do if they want to do a pitched roof.
Or a pitched roof, yes.
So there's really, the only change in the height is giving an incentive so we don't get flat roof buildings, that we get buildings that have some sort of architectural feature on them.
Okay, well then I guess let's focus on the setbacks then, which you had mentioned earlier.
Right.
It looks like, I mean, the rear already says on number 2 that there's 15 feet if abutting R1 zone. So the rear would be 15 feet already.
And then I was asking that there, because I think it says the planning commission can make changes in that with a project. So if they wanted to move the building 5 feet toward Park Avenue, for example, then they could have a 20-foot setback.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for, like within your motion to at least state that that the setbacks. I mean, I don't want to make it specific to this site, but
I think the
we're having
planning
a hard
commission
time.
can make that decision when there is a project at hand, correct?
So I believe the language there reads, the planning commission may approve, I can't read it.
Reduce front street side setbacks if reduced setbacks will accommodate development that complies with sidewalks and street tree standards. So they can go, like Councilmember Westman says, it can be less in the front,
Yeah.
but we can also maybe put in the language that it can be increased in the back if there is adjustment of the front.
Yeah, I think based on what I've heard, I would probably suggest specifically saying that if the front is reduced, the planning commission may also require an increased rear setback. I think you want to say that.
I do want to be specific because I don't want this to go by the wayside and then, years later, somebody's developing something and the planning commission just goes for it. So I would like to make that a specific part of the motion.
Sure, we can add that if okay.
Could I have a minute so that we can figure out where exactly in the ordinance to insert that revised language? So could we talk for just a sec so that we can, because I think what we should do, if the motion is going to be to make some amendments to the ordinance as proposed by staff, which it sounds like it is, I want to know where exactly in the ordinance to insert those so that we can read those amendments into the record and help you make your motion.
Thank you.
So along these lines, there is in the packet on page 133, there is table 1716-5, which contains the development standards in the RM zoning districts. And there's a number of footnotes to that table, including footnote number 1, thank you. And I think the suggestion is to add language to footnote number 1, stating that the Planning Commission may require an increased rear setback to offset the reduced front setback.
That would be my friendly amendment.
Okay, so I think the question is, does Councilmember Orbach?
I accept that.
Great.
Do I have a second?
Can I second it even though? Okay, I'll second it.
I have a friendly amendment. There seems like there's a lot of confusion here tonight, lots of questions being asked, civic engagement, I think what we all try to challenge ourselves for. I think there's been some questions asked of, would HDC do something or would they, and I would appreciate it if we would come to some sort of understanding agreement tonight, but with the caveat that we could reach out to find out what is the severe effect. Are you able to reach out to HDC and find out if we did not vote, if we did not take action on a certain item, would builder's remedy come into play so that we have a little bit more information? Because to me, I see a little bit, information was, I think, presented great, but I think there's lots of questions still from the community and to have rash decision-making and come together this time. And I appreciate all the work. I was involved in planning before I was elected, and it wasn't finalized. But it still seems like there's still a lot of confusion, and I think there's some way to bring it out. So to simplify my friendly amendment is, would we be able to come to agreement on some core language that we all agree on, and that we would hold our final vote until we receive some information back from HGC, and does that violate anything to us?
So I could definitely request to meet with HCD, but it did take from March until August to get a meeting with them. So we've tried. They're extremely busy. I think they're short-staffed. It's really challenging to get a meeting. And even like today, I did send them an email asking for a meeting after this meeting, so I could update them on the mall outcome because questions had come up with that. But I just want to warn you that it's a tough ask because of how long we had to wait. I don't think they'll have any issues with the modification that's on the table of saying if the front yard is decreased, the planning commission can require an increased, I think it was, and I'll need clarification if it's side and rear setbacks, but that there's some wiggle room there in terms of what the planning commission's looking at if they decrease from the front. So, but I'm sorry, I don't have a firm answer on, it'd be challenging.
I was talking more about units, not just a couple things that was made in the second.
Katie, we do have a deadline of December 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we do have a deadline we need to meet. And I think it's important that we move this forward.
So is that a no on the amendment?
No. Oh,
No.
actually, you can reach out to HCD, sure. But I think we should move forward with this motion.
And a vote.
And a vote.
All right, we have a first and a second.
And can I get clarification on, is it flexibility with the planning commission to look at just the rear yard setback, or is it the side and rear yard setbacks? Okay, thank you.
No, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jensen?
No.
Councilmember Orbach?
Yes.
Councilmember Westman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morgan?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Nay. 3-2, the motion passes. Looking at the time of the evening, we'll take a 3-minute break.
Mr. Mayor, do you
Yes. Yes. No. Take a quick minute break. Do Measure D. All night. Yeah, I know. I know that.
It would just be worse if we don't do this. Yeah. Yeah. So Jamie, here's a note for you. So the property next to the library parking that we looked at buying to expand the parking, there's a construction project going on that property. They're doing an addition to the house. Okay, I just wanted to make certain they had.
Yeah, I got the question. This is the 20.
I know. Just seems like the property just got more expensive. I have a kind bar.
Say we're gonna place
We gotta do
You did like, I say it's a great idea, we gotta find a place.
I have a kind bar here. I've got it.
No, I'm good.
Jerry? We want to get this data in front of you.
I'm not running for reelection.
Jerry's a marathon man. No bathroom break, no. Tomorrow morning? Yeah. We need to have our city clerk here to continue. Oh, here she is.
However, this screen right here is the one that we were capturing.
Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. We'll pick up with item C. Pickleball Community Engagement Survey.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So the item before you, it will hopefully be a very quick item because it's everybody's late night topic of choice is pickleball. So during the 24-25 budget adoption, council directed staff to do a survey regarding pickleball. And that survey occurred in April of 2025. Next slide, please. So overall, the survey got really good responses. We had 329 responses. 102 of those responses were from Capitola residents. And in the big picture, people are very interested in seeing more pickleball opportunities in Capitola. And to dial into specifically what the residents wanted, they also are very next slide, please. They are also very interested in having more pickleball options in Capitola. This is a breakdown of the different neighborhoods and how they overall rated with the 102 individuals that reported. So what's really key is when we asked about the barriers to pickleball participation, the number one barrier, which was 50% of the Capitola residents, they reported that it is a lack of facilities. And so when asked about if there's a preference for having them shared or dedicated pickleball courts, overall, 36 residents believe that shared courts were a good idea, but the majority preferred dedicated spaces for pickleball. When asked about whether or not indoor or outdoor courts was a preference, the majority reported that they would prefer outdoor courts. And when asked about if there were any suggestions for an ideal location for pickleball in the city, the number one, the park that received the most responses was Jade Street Park with 137 responses. Monterey Park was next in line. I will note that Capitola Mall was suggested often. This was a fill-in field, not a tick box, and we received a lot of other locations that are not either in the city or not city-owned. So Jade Street Park was the clear top reporting. Thank you. And so for the recommended action, this is not a budgeted project. So should council desire any further pickleball opportunities, then considering those options during future budget/goal setting is the next opportunity. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Council questions?
I do have one. Would staff be able to give us some estimates and cost to build something like this, like a pickleball facility?
So that is not something that I would be able to do, but it is something that if council was interested in, it could be brought as part of the budget goals for your next planning cycle.
So next year. What would be are there any other ideal site locations? I know what the residents want, but have we looked at our sites specifically to see what sites may work?
Again, no, the direction was just to simply focus on this first stab into what is it that residents would like to start. And we went into the survey at the time with a goal setting, specifically having an awareness that there would need to be significantly more community engagement to identify appropriate sites and costs and all of the other variables. This was just kind of like a little dip in the pool as to making sure that this is even worthy conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you.
No further council questions. We'll take it to community input.
Hello again, Andrew Wolf. I'm really glad that you guys are taking this up. I know that it's a kind of a multi-stage process. To your question about costs, maybe a couple of you have played pickleball, have seen, if you go up to just like take a walk up to Willowbrook Park, it's outside Capitola, I know. It's right next door to Santa Cruz Montessori where my daughter goes to school. I know it really well. We've actually started a parent and open to all parents pickleball, just casual, come 2 o'clock on Fridays, please come. But what's really interesting about it is they took tennis courts, and if you know, tennis courts, really quite big. Tennis should be available. My daughter just had tennis lessons today. It's really, really important that we maintain tennis for sure. If you take one tennis court, however, and you put lines on it, you can go over to Brommer Park. You can see that this has been really well done, is that there's some permanent pickleball. You take one tennis court, you can make 4 pickleball courts. And that doesn't take a lot of cost at all. It's just lines on the court. And then people bring so the permanent ones have obviously permanent, they're really nicely done. And then the other tennis courts remains tennis, but then you put lines for pickleball and people bring temporary nets. They set them up and you play. It's really, really fun. Take them down, play tennis. And so one of the things that JT Service, another resident over near Jade Street, and I went over there to Jade Street just to take a look. And they have 4 courts. While we were over there, Brommer Park was absolutely packed. Willowbrook was absolutely packed with pickleballers. You had a couple people playing tennis who should absolutely be playing tennis, but there was 2, very big open tennis courts. It depends on the time of day. But if you took one of those, made it temporary, and you actually could do some survey work on just looking at how many people came to play, how many people came, with temporary nets, and that could be a possible next step of really seeing, especially having something in Capitola because we don't have any of these access in Capitola, and this is the fastest growing sport. Anyway, costs are pretty low. It's a great time to trial it. I'm so glad you guys are stepping into this and just checking it out. Tennis is still very much important. So I think they can play together well. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you. No further public comments. Let's bring it back for deliberation.
I will go ahead and say that we should consider pickleball opportunities in Capitola and consider the options during the future budget and goal setting meeting.
I second that.
No actions needed on this, but that's great recommendations. I look forward to learning more. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring us to number D, which is Measure D, the 5-year plan for 2025 to 2030. Welcome, Kailash.
Hello. All right, thank you. Good evening, council members, members of the public, and Mayor Clark. We have here tonight the last, I guess not the last item, but the second to last item. And for tonight's presentation, we're conducting our public hearing to review our 5-year Measure D program of projects. Next slide, please. Oh, there you go. Quick background on Measure D. It was approved by the voters in 2016. Measure D provides funding for our community to support maintenance and improvement of our public infrastructure. The focus tonight is to review how the city of Capitola makes use of those Measure D proportional formula allocation funds that we receive on an annual basis. Next slide, please. For the city of Capitola, our pavement management program was last updated in 2022, putting us currently in the middle of implementation of that plan, with the next full update plan for fiscal year 26-27. Our 5-year Measure D list will be revisited on an annual basis as we are doing here tonight. Included in this 5-year Measure D list of projects is the 41st Avenue Multimodal and Pavement Rehabilitation Project that was identified in our budget for the 25-26 fiscal year. Beyond that, we plan to use Measure D to implement the future PMP projects as directed by council. Some of the previous projects that have been completed with the support of Measure D are listed there at the bottom of the slide. And we can go to the next slide, please. So our recommendation is to conduct the notice that we're doing here tonight, the public hearing that we're doing here tonight, and adopt the resolution approving the Measure D 5-year program of projects and as required under the master funding agreement. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
So the amount of money we get every year is set by a formula?
Correct.
And has it varied much over the years?
It's slowly gone up. I have the list. It's been in the range. So the first year we received about $300,000. This last year we were at $350,000. So it's gone up incrementally. And so with the projected funds, I think for the 5-year projection, the 5th year in that projection puts us up just over $400,000 for that year.
Thank you.
Kailash, question for you. So we get about $300,000, and you said it might go up to $400,000. About how much are we spending a year on our payment management plan on an average?
Yes, that's a great question. Currently, the way our pavement management plan was designed was to make use of the known funds coming from Measure D and the funds coming from SB1. So those combined currently are about, I think we're at 350 and 250, so like 600,000. Is that right? Yeah, a year. And then that's the dedicated funds that we use to build the PMP plan. And then those years do get supplemented with additional general fund dollars.
Without those two funding mechanisms, what does this city's general fund, is there any allotment from the general fund money?
So that does happen, like this year with the 41st multimodal, there was general fund dollars that were allocated to that project. But otherwise, the pavement management plan right now is more reliant on the program dollars that we can do that with that. And then we're able to leverage grant funding for some of the projects that we've done over the last couple of years.
Yeah, what I was just, I appreciate the feedback. I was just trying to get down to understanding when we look at the future of what's going on with the RTC and the rail trail project and the potential of using up Measure D funds for the future. Those funds might be going away in the near future, right? So is that?
I'm not an expert on the way the formula fund works, but I think there's a percentage of the way that is allocated, that some percentage comes to the local agencies and then others get spent otherwise. But I definitely, someone else might know that a little bit better than me.
So we are guaranteed in the ordinance itself a specific formula that's based on population, lane miles, and a return to source factor. It was a negotiated number. It's approximately 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. That's in the ordinance, and so that's the funding we get.
So I was just looking long-term, just projecting out would that have any, does the rail trail project have any effect on that, or is that locked in? We are always guaranteed.
We're always guaranteed, I mean, we could use it to fund a rail trail project if we want it on our own, but otherwise there's somebody else can't take it from us.
That was my question. Thank you.
Further questions? Great, seeing none, we'll take it to public comment. Seeing no public, no. You sure? Okay, thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we'll bring it back for deliberation. Discussion?
Can I just move the recommended action?
I'll second.
Before we do that, can I maybe look at a friendly amendment to add to the resolution? Something to the language of, whereas the 5-year program makes mention of intent is to affirm that the city will uphold municipal code 8.72 and measure L with these measure D funds. With the measure D funds? No, it's late.
It's fine with me as the second.
It's just additional, if you look at the resolution, I just thought it'd be good to put in there since it potentially can be used for RTC, that we do so with making mention that the intent for the city to do that would be not to violate our ordinance. Did you get that? Sure. I see. The 5-year program makes the mention of the intent is to affirm that the city will uphold municipal code 8.72 / measure L with measure D funds.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure it makes sense to have that there if it.
I think that one way to interpret what you said is that the city will use Measure D funds to uphold Measure L. And I'm not sure if that's what you mean, or if what you mean is any use of Measure D funds shall be consistent with Measure L. Is that what you mean? Okay. So I think perhaps, maybe, if I may, it is late, so stop me if I'm overstepping, but I think your amendment, your friendly amendment might be that the city insert a clause insert a whereas clause, doesn't matter where in the reso, that would say, whereas is the intention of the city that any expenditure of Measure D funds shall be consistent with, tell me the code section again for Measure L.
8.72?
Capitola Municipal Code Section 8.72.
I really don't know what the impacts are with adding that language to our current projects, and I'm not comfortable with that amendment.
Can I hear from other on the council?
Sure, you can make a substitute motion.
Motion that we adopt a resolution approving the city measure. Get closer, okay. The city's Measure D 5-year program of projects 2025 to 2030 as required under Measure D Master Funding Agreement and whatever.
With the additional whereas clause read by the city attorney.
Correct.
So it's a substitute motion, which means that if it is seconded, it will be voted on before Councilmember Orbach's motion.
I'll second.
Right? Do I have that?
That's correct. That's correct. Is this related to our Measure D expenditure plan?
It's related.
Our resolution.
Our Measure D, it's the money our Measure D money that we receive.
Okay, that makes a ton of sense.
Thank you for clarifications. A first and a second?
So we need a roll call.
May I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Orbach?
Aye.
Councilmember Westman?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Morgan?
Aye.
Mayor Clark?
Aye. Thank you. That concludes this meeting. Bring it to adjournment. Thank you, everyone.
No, didn't you guys pull an item?
Oh, we certainly did. Let's go back to that. That was so long. That was almost like yesterday when we did that. You pulled consent item.
So I would make a motion that we continue consent item B until a future agenda.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Orbach?
No.
Councilmember Westman?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Morgan?
Aye.
Mayor Clark?
Aye. Thank you. That will now bring us to conclusion. Thank you, everyone. See everybody at the next meeting, wherever that might be.